The following is brought to you in part by a grant from the Foundation for White Wellbeing.
The snow is falling, the fires glow. A time of cheer, a time to know that love and hope are all we need for hearts to grow and minds to lead. This Christmas time, so pure, divine, a light of truth begins to shine for all our kin, both near and far. Let's celebrate who we truly are. White well-being will shine this Christmas, a guiding star for all to see. Through every home with love and kindness, a brighter future, hope will be. The carols ring, the children play, a world of wonder fills the day. Let's cherish all that makes us strong, our history, our people's song. From candlelight to winter skies, a spirit bright will always rise. With every heart we'll share the dream, this Christmas joy, white well-being. White well-being will shine this Christmas, a guiding star for all to see. Through every home with love and kindness, a brighter future, hope will be. Let this season light the way for a brighter, kinder day. Love for our kin, a gift so true. A better world begins with you. White well-being will shine this Christmas, a guiding star for all to see. Through every home with love and kindness, a brighter future, hope will be.
And we are rolling in, going free, ladies and gentlemen. It's good to see you all. Are you getting ready for Christmas? I see Lady Anglo. Gary is here. Westman Positivity. TJW Ireland is here. Jay Bishop is here. Great to see those who are in the chat already. Running behind a little bit, but we're here. We're ready to rock. We're ready to talk about some shocking things, some amazing things. Can everybody hear me okay over the music in the background? We have a couple of questions of the day we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about Crystal Magnum. Crystal Magnum. Anybody remember her from 2006? Brewing beef bone broth with marrow for soup and stews with no idea, says the great Samuski. Masumik is here. There is Kakatu is here. She can hear me. Epic. Totally epic. Going to be talking about Crystal Magnum and the anti-white narrative and how it destroys lives and how it was in full effect all the way back, can you believe it, 2006, almost 20 years ago, and white lives being ruined. I know this is a big shocker to a lot of the Zoomers who just can't see beyond the span of last 2 or 3, 4, 5 years at most. Can't even write a proper manifesto. But yeah, it's been around since long. And folks who are older too, you all probably are thinking, if there's anybody out there, if you're hearing my voice, you're going free, you know that the anti-white narrative has been in place, anti-whiteism harming us for many, many generations, long before you were alive. And so these notions, you've got to extirpate them. You have to excise them, that things got bad really in 95. Things got really bad actually in 2005. No, forget about it. It's been bad. It's been anti-white. You were just not able to see it. And you were ignoring what was going on in the world. Blissfully enjoying your Christmases and Yuletide season, ignoring all of the anti-white harm being inflicted on us. So yeah, going on for a very long time, destroying lives. It's very fast. It's fascinating. And guess what? It's a non-story, Crystal. They're just kind of a non-story, huge thing. Absolutely dominated the news cycles and the lives of everyone in the United States and elsewhere. Was global news. And now it's just like, it was all lies. Okay. It was a huge thing. It was very contentious. Friendships were ended. Relationships were ended over it because are you with the white rapists? They've been raping the black race for the last 10 billion trillion years. And now they're just like, it was all a lie. We'll talk about that and actually maybe a video of a father I haven't looked at any of this, father whose child was given a assignment to pretend to be transitioning to another gender. Maybe we'll look at that. Of course, we have the spending bill and the anti-white Republican Party. It just, they never fail to demonstrate how anti-white they are. The conservative content creators, stupendously anti-white, just stupendously anti-white. They never fail us to demonstrate how anti-white they are. So we'll be taking a look at a couple of those stories. We have some funny memes, some funny videos. I guess maybe not really properly memes. If you would like to financially gift over the course, one other thing we're going to do is I'm going to share with you one of the attacks, the treacherous, calumnious attacks that I get at least once a week, sometimes several times a week. Jealous people in the white sympathetic sphere, although the internet is really chiseling this down, and we are almost, the white sympathetic sphere almost doesn't exist. It used to exist. It almost doesn't exist. It's being defined, redefined into very specific multiracial, Jew complaining, and anti-white conservatism. People don't even care about the white race. I retweeted a skank of a conservative this week, and actually I just took a copy of the image of her tweet where she said the real victims of DEI are the non-white people, because even though white people, of course I'm just throwing this in, even though the white people are discriminated against, persecuted, exploited on the basis of their race, some people might think that some non-white people might not have earned the $6 million they make a year. Heard this last night on the phone. The $6 million they make a year, and the dozen white women that they go through over the course of the year. And we want to make sure that the non-white people that get to earn $6 million a year and go through a dozen white women a year are seen as legitimately doing it. We don't want them to just have the $6 million and the dozen white women. We want them also to be recognized as legitimately doing it. That's your conservative movement, your conservative movement. But anyhow, yeah, attacked by one of these, I'm guessing he hasn't owned up to it yet, but I'm guessing a complainer of Jews, so an anti-Jew, who decided he was going to show up on a very, very, very old video of mine and begin slandering me as stealing a thief of other people's work. You're going to enjoy this. I can promise you, you're really going to enjoy this. So even though he was stupendously wrong, even though he's stupendously, and he's caught wrong, he's still going to go out there, and that's what he's going to be sharing to get people to make sure. Don't watch the muscled guy. Don't watch the mildly handsome, extraordinarily intelligent, fabulously horizontal guy. Don't watch him. I'm very jealous of him. Oh, no, I mean, he steals other people's work. That's the reason why not to watch him. Okay. All right, Cupcake. Okay, Cupcake. So we'll talk about that, but I want to hear from you while we're together. So make sure you reach out and you tag me as No White Guilt. You can financially gift while we're together in this holiday season. You can financially gift at the Dude Bro Moment platform, also known as Entropy. He owns it now. He owns it. He might have not created or run it, but he owns it. It's his house. The Dude Bro Moment platform, Entropy. Also Cash App, Subscribe Star. I'll be looking at those over the course of our roll-in gathering. And let's see, over there on Premium Rumble is running, and I can see it's live chat. So if you would rather live chat there, I have that screen open the entire time, and I can see you right away. You can financially gift there as well, but please no more than $1. D-Live is also up, and you can gift there in their cryptocurrency, Odyssey up, cryptocurrency or cash dollars over there. And of course, you can tag me as No White Guilt on YouTube chat, and I'll be looking for you there. Please take a moment during this Christmas Yule season to share this stream. We are horrifically silenced, censored by the we got to be, everything we do is censored, and we get it's all deboosting for us. And there's no element of what we cover that boosts us. In other words, if we wanted to complain endlessly about Jewish people, even though we care about white people, we would get a boost from that. And you can see that on many different platforms, not YouTube so much anymore, but certainly X. You get boosted on X if you want to complain about Jews. If you are just concerned with the identity of white people, the well-being of white people, white well-being, you are deboosted. So we need to be the algorithm. We need to push hard where they won't push. NoWhiteGuilt.org for other options for financial gifting, financial gift tab. You'll see the 5 cryptocurrency wallets I use. If You own some cryptocurrency, yours might have gone through the roof. You might have plenty to gift to the Church of the West. And that's what we are, the Church of the West. We're normal people. We are extraordinary people. We're not the fringe dwelling weirdos who can't get along in the regular, popular, cliquish circles of white people. I excel in those circles. I'm the most popular in those circles, and that's how many of the people here, that's how many of them are as well. So we're not crankish fringe dwellers that are never going to pierce the body of our people that needs to be pierced if we're ever going to reclaim our destiny. You can financially gift with that. You can also get yourself a tax break by heading on over to No White or the Foundation. You can go to nowhiteguilt.org and find the tab for this, but the Foundation for whitewellbeing.com or .org, 501c3, and you can financially gift there. Please direct that gift or that donation, I should say, to yours truly by just indicating it. The handsome guy, the mildly handsome guy who appears to be absolutely fabulous for all sorts of fantasy because it's real. I want my donation to go there. You can go ahead and try that out. So we're going to make fun. We have a question of the day. We have some funny clips that we're going to share and some education. Tag me as No White Guilt across these platforms. I want to hear what you have to say. The great Ivan. The horrible running fear. Ivan is here. Slotzian. The brilliant Slotzian has joined us. Cass is here. No, NWG had the same thing technically happen in school before homeschooled. I had others copy my work. Joke is on them. I correct paper and a paper with wrong answers. So you allowed them to copy the paper with the wrong answers. Diabolical. It's diabolical, Cass. Well done. Well done. Who else is with us? Western Sentinel. Now, it was Prometheus. What an amazing thing we're going to celebrate. I don't know the details, but what was it? Prometheus. What was the rest of his name here on YouTube? Promethean Josh is here. Hello to you. And he was in the UK, and he shared at the very end of our stream on Sunday, he shared at the very end of it that the police had come to his home and had arrested him for a tweet. But they reviewed the tweet he shared with us, and he was using the lexicon and dialectics of the Go Free dialogic, coming from a place of love, hope, and redemption for our people, for the benefit of all peoples who live in our countries, which has been my position for decades. I've written books on it. I've done thousands and thousands and thousands of hours with the exact same position, the exact same persona, because that's who I genuinely am. And people come here and they get redeemed from other advice, from other misdirection and misleaders, where they head out and they focus negatively on other groups of people instead of positively on us. And apparently the police reviewed this and they said, well, we're not going to charge you with anything. And they let him go. Now, I don't know the details yet, all the details. This is what he shared in the live chat. And if any of you can speak to it, please chime in. Promethean Thunder, Promethean Josh thinks was his name was. Well, when we see him in the live chat again, or if any of you know him, let's get some of the details from him. This is a colossal victory. It is a absolutely colossal victory, especially since at the end of Sunday's gathering of Church of the West, and that's where you are right now. I'm the Pope of the white race, the Pope, Emperor, and President of the white race forever. So it never changes. I'm your guy, and that's all there is to it. We were just talking about how happy we were that Sam, even though there's these deep restrictions and his life is absolutely wasn't able to be there for the birth of his infant, for this entire time with his toddler. He's finally able to at least see them. And we're talking about this and how much I had liked, of course, Sam when I met him in the UK, and following the behaviors and more importantly, the thought. Where does that focus go in your service to our people? Does it go to slandering others? Does it go to wanting ill for others? Because if it is, your focus and your heart is in the wrong place. You're not even having a heart. And Sam has a heart. So it's a great example of a good guy getting wound up with some folks and some advice that are not so good. And now this is on his record forever. He's walking around with, I guess, the equivalent of an air tag or whatever it is, so they can monitor him all day long. He's got to check in midday, and he's got to be back in. And then who knows what happens after this period of a year or year and a half or 2 years or whatever Laura had written. And then you have Prometheus Thunder, who is not going to jail, does not have on his record that he committed the worst of all crimes in the West today. His work life and his work potential for the future not going to be disrupted. Social life for the future not going to be disrupted. You can't even imagine. And if this doesn't make you feel great, then your heart is in the wrong place. If instead you're saying, oh, well, these other groups, they deserve to be slandered and hated on and talked about endlessly. If that's where your heart goes, you don't care about our people and you are a loser. Because if we don't care about each other, we don't have a people. And if you don't have a people and their well-being, then you don't have your well-being, which is where we are today. Which is, I got a guy coming up with the frogs all over on Twitter. And he's like, I and my family are fine with Donald Trump, and don't complain about Republicans supporting transgenderism. And I said, well, there's your problem right there. You and your family are fine for now. And you think you're being a good father and a good husband, except the world that you are bequeathing to your children and your wife, who will probably live longer than you, is a nightmarish anti-white hellscape. This is the reason why we're here. So your entire thoughts should be with the people that are working with you in service to white well-being, and whether or not they are going to be able to be safe and safely advocate. If you are saying, as so many, as I guess every other one in the white sympathetic sphere, like, hey, if you get arrested, if your life is ruined, if you can't see your children, if you are registered on some sort of Canadian or British list of the worst of human beings and your life is ruined and you can't work in your field anymore and you've got to go move back in with your parents. Hey, that's just the price that's paid. Everybody else is saying that. Why does anybody else listen to this scum? That's just the price that's got to be paid. Your life's got to be ruined. No, a ruined life is an ineffective life. It's a useless life. It's a wasted life. And any person who stands up in front of you, and I'm going to jump off of this. We'll celebrate it on Sunday. We're going to need to get some more of the details. But anybody who steps in front of you and they give you advice to do things that will harm you, ruin you in the various spheres of life, you need to run. Don't walk. Run away. If you have to, metaphorically punch them and run away. You need to get away from them. What we need is productive, normal, articulate, normal white folks that can get along with the rest of the normal white population. And we need them to be healthy, wealthy, and wise, and beautiful families. No one else is telling you, isn't it amazing that this is there ain't no resistance. We're the resistance. But we got a couple questions of the day here. Let's pull them up. Question number 1. What is the very last thing on your bucket list? Now, I think by this question, what they mean is not necessarily the least important thing on your bucket list, but and not necessarily the most important. But if you had done I guess it could be either though. If you had done everything, what else would there be in there in your bucket list for you that you would want to do? Maybe it's something you're scared of doing. Little scared. Maybe it's like skydiving. You're a little scared of it. Maybe it is mountain climbing. Maybe it is so perhaps it's something that is you're going to have to gin up some courage to be able to do. Or just what is in your bucket list that is out of reach at the moment? What is in your bucket list that's out of reach at the moment? The other one is, second question of the day, do you have a funny motion sickness story? Maybe it's not funny. Maybe it's awful. Maybe the trip went terribly. You were on your first date and the guy is driving you around and you start getting motion sickness and then you projectile vomit all over him. You turn to him and you're about to say, can we just pull over? And it's just like, and then when you're done doing that, he's looking at you and he's like blinking the vomit off of his eyes. I'll have to tell you a story it just reminded me of with one of my younger brothers. Oh, it was horrible. Listen, every older brother has duties. They give us a book and we have to follow it verbatim. What you do to your younger siblings. And if you don't do it, horrible things happen to you. So in your bucket list, what's in your bucket list? Is it scary? Do you have something that's scary? Are you really excited about something? You need more money to be able to do it. Maybe you need to have a friend to do it. So maybe that's keeping you from maybe getting to this item on your bucket list. Share it. And when you do, tag me as No White Guilt so that I can see it and share it around. And then second question, motion sickness story. Were you on an airplane? Were you on a roller coaster? Were you out on the big sea and you were swaying to and fro? And then it happened from both ends. Hey, Sierra happens. Why don't we start off with a little piece of fun? Have you ever driven down the road and you get behind a vehicle with a dog in the back and the dog's looking at you or looking out the window? Have you ever had that happen? These people did. Let's see what they saw. Do I got it in biggin? Where am I on the... Yeah. There we go. So there's the vehicle. And let's have a little look.
What?
It's going from side to side.
What?
It's going to side to side.
Dog!
No, it's stuck. Alright. It's back on that side.
The dog got into the owner's Adderall. Has anybody ever witnessed that? Dog in the back seat on Adderall? Let me see over here if I got any tags. Cass said, sure did, but it was worth it to see the reactions of such disappointment. They should have done their own work. Yeah, amen. That was, as I say, totally diabolical. Hopeful Soul is here. Hello and welcome. Juliet is here. Juliet is here. Hello, Juliet. Making sure that I think I did see Gary. Yes. Panda G, hello and welcome. Good to see you. Thunder Down Under is with us. Spud Ruggles is here. So is Sunday Ben. Adderall dog.
What?
It's
at it.
going.
This is going to be the next commercial. Who makes? Is it Merck? Who makes Adderall? Pfizer. When your dog has ADHD.
From sun. What?
Let's go to side to
The
side.
dog.
Adderall.
No, stop. Alright. It's back on that side.
This is where he gets really fired up. He's like, bing, bing. Oh my gosh. But you know what really warms my heart is getting to see an actual video of those out there who are kind of like our nemesis. You know, we have the conservative losers. We have the academics who are abstractionist cowards, right? We got them. We have the people who are anti-Jew, the complain about Jews. Oh, that's what they do. That's all they do. They just complain about Jews. They're good complainers. They actually got a video of all three of these people in one. And I got to show you. It's the coolest thing ever. Because it really warms my heart on this Christmas Yuletide season. Here we go. Yes. Yes, total badass. I've tapped this. Have at you. Have at you. Have at you then. Hello. My name is Emilio Montoya. You killed my father. Prepare to die. I'm watching the end. He actually has like a sigh, like he's exhausted. Is that Pikachu on his back? Oh my God. I told you, didn't I? This is the absolutely amalgamation of the anti-Jew Jew complainers, the academic abstractionist cowards, and the total conservative leadership. I bet he wet his pants when he was done. I bet he wet his pants, and then the other ones were like, don't worry, we understand. We wet ourselves too. Cool, Papa J Magic is in the house. Hey, let's share that we are live and alive. We got some great news to go over. A lot of education, a lot of important things, but it's Wednesday. We like to have fun. We like to have a little bit of fun and check out videos like this as well. Let's see. AJ It. Hello, U.S. Canada. Canada's a British colony. Hello and welcome. Agent. Thunder Down Under says, got another Aussie interested in Go Free. He's been in our GFC once already. Well, hey, that's some swash. Let's get out some 07s. 07s for the big swash from the swashbucklers. I tell you what, the swashbucklers down in Australia are a rare breed. They are magnificent. The entire GFC down there, every one of them is an engine for the reclamation of our destiny. Maybe they will recapture Australia, recapture the destiny of white people in Australia, and we'll just be able to move there then. And he wants to show up some more. Well, are you all having it at the same time? Because I'll show up. I'll hang out as well. He says you ought to pop in. 100%. 100%. DM me if it's at the same time. Pikachu! Is that what that animal's called? That cartoon character on his back? Is it called Pikachu or something like that? If I were there, I would never be able to stop laughing. They probably would think that I was having the time of my life. They would like, wow, the No White Guilt guy's actually pretty cool, man. He's laughing the whole time. Totally laid back. Look at him. He's over there in the fetal position. He's still laughing. It's been 45 minutes. Lady Anglo writes EVEE. Is that the name of it? Or is that something else? Westman Positivity says to ban the AGIT. U.S. absolute poverty, 21% financial engine means dollar printing press. Hey, man, you're in the wrong place for that. Hey, you're allowed to listen and participate, but whatever that is, nah. Probably a bot, right? Yes, the great Slotzian has tagged you. Evie? So, okay, so this little thing here is called an Evie. Is that the type or is it just the one? Oh my God. This guy's already developing that like meat hump up under his neck. What is the purpose of that? Is there, did an accidental type of human breed into the healthy, normal population? And these things were actually some sort of hippopotamus that crawled out of the river? I love how he almost gets hit too by one of these things. Oh my God, he even has a raccoon tail. I wonder how it's staying there. How did you get it to stay there? Isn't he naked? Wait, now, is it this one that almost hits him? No, it's the next one. The next one over here, I think, almost hits him. Look at the agility of the hippopotamus as he bumbles through the obstacle course. Whoa, that almost got him. That would have been great. That 2x4 swing around, whack him right in the head. There's his tail. He literally had to take a breath already. He took a like midway through. This fine specimen of the hippo-human breed beats his way through the stumbling course. He's like, where's my COP inhaler? My COPD inhaler. I think the Eevee is a type. All right, cool. So that's this guy's type. He's attracted to them little things. Ivan is the first one that I've seen hopping in on the questions of the day, at least with a tag. If you've done it elsewhere, I didn't catch it. Ivan says, question 1, Ivan doesn't really keep a list of the buckets and or other assorted containers. But Ivan wants to do a big agriculture. Whoa, all right. Well, that's a challenge, man. Doing the big agriculture, the big farm agriculture thing. Cass says NWG's on fire tonight. She says she's laughed so hard already that she could barely breathe. That's fantastic. Thank you for letting me know. Thunder from Down Under said he thought the little thing on the back was an Easter bunny. No. Now this guy's attracted to these things called Eevees. And his tail is erect so that he can get their attention. His raccoon tail. All right. Enough of that hilarity. How about just one video of some cuteness, and then we'll get into these stories so we can roll. One cute video. This one says you get into the wrong car, and this is what you find hiding on the floorboard. Oh. Look at the eyes on that cute little doggy. Well, I mean, if that was the wrong car, I'd have to maybe cuddle their dog until they get back, at least. Look at that little guy. But how could this actually be the wrong car? I mean, if you got into this and you weren't sure, how much trash you got in your car? Some of you are thinking, that's cleaner than my car. All right. All right. We got our questions of the day up. They will come and go over the course of the gathering. I want to know about you. Do you have anything on a bucket list? Do I have anything on a bucket list? I remember that when I first heard about a bucket list, and I thought it was sort of an inane idea. Like, you have things you want to do. Why is it called a bucket list? What does that have to do with anything? But is there anything I absolutely want to do? That actually, you know what? Maybe over the course of this roll-in, I'll think about it. But I can tell you, as far as motion sickness goes, I was way back when I was, I guess, a teen, and I was playing video games. And many of you all have had this experience. You have a sibling, and they're playing with you. Very often, it's mostly just watching because they're not quite old enough yet to play, but they want to participate. And what I enjoyed doing with my siblings is making them laugh while I would play video. So they would be rolling. Well, I got an idea. I got a maniacal idea that I was going to throw up on one of my younger brothers. So I was playing along and I set it up really good. I was like, ooh, I feel sick. Again, I feel really sick to my stomach. And then I went to the kitchen and I filled my mouth up with water, but not so that my cheeks were bulging, so that my mouth was still able to be closed like normal. And I wiped my lips off and I went back in and I went back to video gaming. And then I was like, and he was, he's standing like right there. And I turned and I went, bleh, and all the water like hit him in the face. Oh, it was awful. And he did nothing. He just looked up at me with these giant crystal blue eyes, and his long eyelashes were just going like. But then before he could get nervous or whatever, or emotionally hurt by it, I was like, I'm kidding. It's just water. I'm kidding. And then he started laughing. So he's a good sport. I guess he's used to that at that point already. I wasn't like off the table of possibilities if Jason was your older brother. I'll have to tell you all sometime about some of the things I used to do with closet monsters and all kinds of just fun, epic fun. water balloon, water gun, yard hose fights, and where those ended up, wet toilet paper fights, and also just me and my brothers, this game I made up called Blood Takers. My mother was like, what the hell are you doing in there? The hell are you doing? And I'll tell you though, Blood Takers was one of them sibling games that gets recorded in some sort of book of legends of the older brother and the kind of things that can happen. It's one of them. It goes in. I don't know where exactly they keep the book of legends, but it goes into that. Essentially, Blood Takers was, you would take the little swords or daggers or machine guns or the sheath for a little sword for your miniatures, your play type figure things. You would take them, and then you would hold up near the end of it, leaving just a tiny bit of it protruding. And the reason why you would do that is because otherwise, they were made not to pierce the flesh. And that kind of defeats the purpose of blood taker. You see, you follow the name, right? So if you were to take like a sword from a He-Man figure and it's just going to bend, it's useless. Or a little machine gun from a G.I. Joe, it's just going to bend, it's useless. So instead, you grab right near the end and there's just a little bit, and it does wonderful puncturing. It's evil. It's in the book of legends. Janitor of White Noir is here over on Twitter. So is Grace over there as well. Tom is there. Tom Riddle. And asking what, though, about him? You'll have to ask me an actual question about him. Janitor of White Noir says, wants to, on his bucket list, to jive dance. Jive dancing. And then crafty with tools around my house as handy as a pocket in a shirt. So jive dancing, are those two different things? Or are you jive dancing while you're fixing things around the house? Now, because that sounds neat. Normally, I'm just yelling at the inanimate objects and having intense conversations that kind of sound like brinksmanship is happening and there's threats made. That's normally me working on things around the house. But, some people could go about this differently. They could be jive dancing while they're just like fixing the sink, repaneling the library. Samuski says on my bucket list is to complete the entire training of the Chinese traditional martial art of Wing Chun. He says he's got 2/3 of the way through already. And the school closed down. Wow, you're going to have to find a private teacher, a private tutor to complete that. That's cool. Lady Anglo says NWG bucket list probably to visit England, my ancestral homelands. No, that's a legit bucket list. Don't any of you out there say on your bucket list is to play Blood Takers with Jason, okay? I win. By the way, I always win. No, well, that's not totally true. They got me good sometimes. They got me real good sometimes. Oh, my poor mom. The kind of thing she said. Okay, visit the ancestral homelands, but with the way it currently, not sure, way it is currently, of course, not sure if that will be any time in the near future. I know it's so sad because there were so many places that I wanted to visit in Europe, and so many of them are far too dangerous now. The reality. I mean, that's the anti-white reality. And how discussed. And that is actual injury. That is legitimate psychological, and it is injury to the soul. In many of these cases, it's nothing that can be remedied in our lifetime. So we can't get it back. So it's what is lost. That is legitimate, lifelong, deep injury. And this is what I've talked about for so long. Arguing with people about we are injured in thousands, a myriad of ways by anti-whiteism, the anti-white narrative, the consequences of anti-whiteism. But none of you talk about it. None of you talk about it. They complaining about Jews or talking about a black IQ level or on and on. Here we are suffering legitimate injuries. And if we were talking about our injuries, we would be creating a people out of our deracinated race. If we were talking about how we as white people, because white people are victimized, and and if we're white, we're in that group, and talking about our injuries, we would be engendering the formation of a people. But none of these people wanted to do that. None of them wanted to do it. And in fact, they wanted to tie my tongue. They wanted to cut my tongue out of my mouth so that I couldn't reach people to talk about that. But you think about it, like we just brought this up, Lady Anglo, we just brought this up. There are going to be, out of the 2,000 or whatever who finally end up watching this, there's going to be a percentage that will realize that they are injured by that as well. And they had always felt that injury, but never been able to put their finger on it. It's infinitely more powerful to be focused on us and ending our victimization than all of this other childish garbage. Thank you for that. JK160's in the house. He said he'd like to go to Estonia for the singing celebration. Yeah, I'd like to go to Estonia for the singing. That's what it is. It's definitely not the singers. No, it's just the singing I want to witness. Marilyn is here. Good to see you. I kind of agree. My bucket list would be to go back to my ancestral homeland of Great Britain. I went to Scotland over a decade ago, but that's when it was actually good. Now I don't know. Yeah, really, that's so sad. But that's fantastic that you got to see Scotland. Bucket list, not last, but keep promises, all ever spoken and not yet broken. Amen to that. Can still be done or are pending, says the great, the wise, and gracious Slots. Well said, my brother. All right. The questions of the day are still there. Bucket list, something you want to do in the future, something you want to do. And then motion sickness story. And we'll come back to that. Drop it down now, but let's have a look at our first item. So that we can roll. Now, this is Crystal Magnum, 2006, if you remember this, down at Duke. Some lacrosse players, and God only knows what was going through their heads. They decided they were going to have a party, and they said, you know what? A bunch of white lacrosse players. You know what? I got a good idea. Let's get a stripper. And they were all like, yeah, yes. Jimmy over there has the right idea. Let's get a stripper. Yeah, and let's make her black. What? What, Jimmy? Make her black? Really? The whole squad, this was the thing back then that I was like, you have all of these attractive white whore strippers to choose from. And you're like, let's go with the black one. I'm sure everything will be just fine. If the black stripper comes into the all white fraternity, the lacrosse club, whatever team, I'm sure nothing could go wrong there. So they had her over, and she did a show for them. And of course, she is, it should be crystal meth, not crystal magnum, because as soon as she left there, she decided that she was going to, or sometime later, say that she had been gang raped. And from my recollection, the first claim was about the whole team. I remember the news. I remember them talking about the whole team gang raped a black stripper. And I was like, nah. Nah. But they were all entertaining it as though it was completely legitimate. As though, absolutely. Now, my question to you is, how do you have a population, if you are new here and you don't know that you're living in the deep sea of the anti-white narrative, along with all of the other fish of the deep sea, and you don't know that you're in the water because of it, how does the population believe that this happened? That an entire lacrosse team of white guys gang rapes a black stripper at their party. We all know from our actual experiences in life that that was Bravo Sierra. But in the anti-white narrative, in the movies and the TV shows, that happens. We are bludgeoned, browbeaten endlessly over the course of our entire life in many different iterations. And not the least of which is during American slavery, when it almost seems in some of the takes that black people were brought over here just so white guys could gang rape the bush ladies or whatever they called themselves, so that they could just gang rape them. I mean, that is literally what white people have to endure for the totality of our lives. Shaming us, white guilting us. And as we know here, since the subconscious mind cannot tell the difference between reality and fiction, especially, obviously, when this is given to us in entertainment, we then end up living those experiences with the black women who are gang raped by the white males. Now, you might say to yourself, your instant thought is, oh, well, I'm going to share those FBI studies that show that the number of black women raped by white men is so small, it is considered statistically zero. You might say to yourself, and you would have learned this from like American Renaissance and Jared Taylor, and you might say to yourself, that's what I would share in that scenario. And if you thought that, you're wrong. That won't help. It doesn't empower your argument or conversation whatsoever. Why? Because your audience, to various degrees, have experienced literal, by way of entertainment, it really happened. By way of entertainment, it really happened. So sharing the FBI's data about how many white men rape black women, and statistically it's zero, what does that do to the audience? It makes them assert that, well, white males control the FBI for the benefit of the white race, and they're fudging the data, they're misrepresenting, their collection was erroneous. And you can take these unsophisticated takes and then give them to anti-white sophisticates, and they will give you the exact same argument, but with a sophisticated spin to it. And now you are seen as immoral in the anti-white narrative, which is where everybody is living. You are seen as immoral because you are promulgating the heretical data about white men raping black women. Do you see how important it is? How educational this is? How important this is? What I'm sharing here is nuclear level power. I am telling you, everything you have received from the past on how to address these issues, although some of them seeming valuable and some seeming less and some seeming more valuable, are all wrong. We are now at the place where we have high school teachers recruiting the high schoolers in public school for sex cults, where high school teachers are found rummaging around through the building by law enforcement naked with a dildo, where the most insane things, where a mother who is a physician and an advocate for transgenderism can have a baby who at 18 months tells her that the little boy is actually a little girl, and then she wins the lawsuit in order to begin the chemical castration of her son, who told her at 18 months or whatever it was exactly that he was a little girl, and will just ignore the fact that the mother is a physician and an advocate for transitioning, transgenderism, etc., prior to even having the children. That's how we got here. So this share the data is nonsense. It doesn't work. Find a paper shredder. And if you can't bring yourself to actually putting it into the paper shredder, climb in there yourself. People believed that an entire lacrosse team gang raped a black stripper off. By the way, this woman didn't have a clean record. She was a stripper, and she had already had, as I recall, and please check with CNN, check around to see if I'm wrong about this. As I recall, crystal meth magnum already had a rap sheet. So you have a street slut, although I don't think she was actually hooking on the streets, with a rap sheet, stripper, shows up at a party. Normally, her testimony and her claims would be thrown into question, but not when it comports with the anti-white narrative, which is what? White people, and in particular white males, are all evil. They've always been evil. They will always be evil. And non-white people are all good. They've always been good, and they always will be good. And so, as a consequence of the entertainment that people lived as reality, an outrageous claim that in any extraordinary claim, we know this from the white man's science. Thank you, white man. Any extraordinary claim requires extraordinary evidence. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. And if there isn't extraordinary evidence, which there wasn't, a lot of people got in trouble with this. And we're going to watch some of this video right now. But the DA, for example, and they'll say his name during, I think they do at least, Mike Nifong, he was doing what? Another lesson here. A white guy who can see the writing on the wall as a selfish individualist, that if you're anti-white and you destroy the villains in the anti-white narrative, you rake them over the coals, you humiliate, you impoverish, you send to prison, you're rewarded for it because you're doing something moral. So this district attorney actually broke the law to prosecute these three guys. No evidence, no extraordinary evidence for the extraordinary claims. He was not only fired, but disbarred as a consequence of how anti-white he was, how hard he worked to break the rules, to break the modes of conduct, to ruin and destroy the lives of three guys. I believe they're all white. One of them might be Jewish, but the name is also a German name. But physically, if you see him, he looks white, so he'll be considered white. This Nifong wanted to destroy their lives. Really think about it. Don't just pass that over. If you go to prison for gang raping, oh, your life is done. You're never going to, first of all, the kind of things that are going to happen to you in prison. This is all an injury of our people. This is what we should be talking about, not what some obscure book that anti-white Jews wrote a millennia ago. We should be talking about this because this is happening. This we can sympathize with. Our brothers and sisters out there can sympathize with. That could be my son. They can't sympathize with hating another group of people. So you had that. Duke was successfully sued. The coach of the lacrosse team, if I recall, was fired as a consequence of the gang rape. By the way, so it started off as the team raped her, as I remember, and maybe I don't recall, but perfectly. But that's how it started. And then it was kind of whittled down to, oh, well, it was just 3 of them that raped her. And I was still like, bullshit. Don't believe it. I do not believe that at all. I mean, first of all, touching somebody who probably has so many STDs, it's like looking through a phone book of them. So don't believe it at all that they gang raped her. When it's the team, still don't believe it when it's the 3 guys. So the coach lost his entire career because of how he was involved. Now, that stays with him. What happened to him and his family after that? What kind of job was he able to get? Does it even matter? Was that his dream job? Was that what he really cared about? Lost his job. Who cares? Just some guy. And we still consider what happened to him, even if he were non-white. How his life is wrecked by the anti-whiteism. Not only that, but what about the seniors on the team? And you say, Jason, what do you mean the seniors? Well, that's their last year at college, the last year of their entire life to play this stupid game. They don't get to play it ever again, ever for their life. And let me tell you how much that hurts. When you played sports and you were great, or you did well, or you loved it, or whatever it is, and then you're beyond being able to play it at that tier anymore, and you are at your max healing age, or you heal like this, and it's done. You can never go back to it. You know what happens? It comes to you in dreams for the rest of your life. What happened to those seniors? They didn't get their last year of lacrosse. They didn't get their final, most important year of playing that game that they'll never get again, because the season for the team was canceled over crystal meth magnums, baseless allegations, totally baseless. So let's listen to this. The lessons here for the white race are innumerable for the white people who care about the well-being of our people. And that's why next to nobody else is talking about this. And what are the other takes on this story? Oh, well, what? She's black and therefore pejorative. Is that it? Look, her being black is immaterial to me. Her being anti-white is everything to me. I don't give a flying shit what pair of legs she passed between when she was born. I do not care. What I care about is whether or not another person is anti-white. And this bitch was anti-white as they come. Make no mistake. Despite this apology that she makes, it's no apology. And you'll see here in just a moment. It's no apology. She did this. And here's another enormous a lesson that has attendant lessons all over it, because it serves us today and in the future to understand these things. We just simply don't have enough time to go over them all. I hate that there isn't a 10,000, 20,000, 30,000 people here watching live so that they can also go out and talk about it. You all will, though, and broaden and also ask these questions and answer these questions that I don't have the time to get to every single one of them. But she was a character, made of herself a willing character in a fiction and fictionalized narrative called the anti-white narrative. Welcome to the Church of the West, my friends. As this purest of innocence, the angelized black race in the anti-white narrative, there was nothing that she couldn't say and be believed. Nothing. She took the opportunity to get rich, to get seen, to have sympathy, to have the entire white population. If this happened today, it would be believed. She would have immediately probably hundreds of thousands of dollars pour into her from white people. White people back then would have paid her if they had a way. They ended up, because there was no evidence, throwing it out of court after having fired Nifong for dragging it along and doing his damnedest to be this anti-white hero in the anti-white narrative, to destroy these white boys. And again, remember, these white young men, again, remember, these are lives. These are lives. They're your son. They're your daughter. They're your brother. These are actual injuries. Don't come talking to me about how, well, at some point in the future, not even the distal future, but in the distant future, we're all going to be genocided. Great. Way to share something that is so unmotivational that people will just walk away. You have this going on, but you'll ignore that for some fanciful, in 5 more, 6 more, 10 more generations, there won't be any white people. And even worse than those kind of claims and that kind of talk is when they focus entirely on white females. In 10 more generations, the beauty of the white woman will be gone. What? Simp? Could you simp some more? Interestingly enough, so many of those so-called Nazis that talk this way, and they have all of these endless pictures of white females in like Nazi clothing, big bosoms, and it's unbuttoned down to here and everything. We find out that those people are non-white Central South Americans, Arabs, even Jews. It's just people with fetishes, with sex fetishes. But those content creators get the audiences. God is clearly challenging us.
Stunning admission from a woman who accused Duke University lacrosse players of raping her nearly 20 years ago. The story was a national firestorm. She now says she lied about the encounter. Crystal Mangum first made the claims back in 2006, saying 3 members of the school's lacrosse team raped her after she had been hired to dance at a house party the team was throwing. Police charged David Evans, Colin Finnerty, and Reed Seligman after Mangum's accusations. But after much back and forth and the city's DA stepping down from the case, North Carolina's Attorney General later dismissed the charge.
Let me also throw in, kind of like with Bernard Goetz, once they turned on him, Penny, and so many others, Chevon, so many others. The anti-white population, from conservatives all the way to real kill all the white people now anti-whites, were calling for them to go to jail. They were guilty. They were guilty as far as America was concerned. That's exactly how I remember it. And just like so many others, they were, and who was on trial? The whole white race. It's just that, look at these little guys. Look, I mean, like, look at them. They're babies. They're babies, and they would have been in prison with hardcore, like south of the border and inner city in America, monsters. That's what they would have had to live with. So she lies about the first story, but we're supposed to believe her second story. Yeah, good question.
Are just citing a lack of evidence. But now going on the record on a podcast nearly 20
citing a lack of evidence. In other words, there was no evidence. As I remember, there was no evidence.
years later, Crystal Mangum says she was lying the whole time.
I testified falsely against them by saying that they raped me when they didn't. And that was wrong. And
okay, so the way this happened, she did not have some sort of epiphany or God spoke to her and told her to come out and say that she had lied about the whole thing. No, you see, she's in prison for murder. Good person. She's in prison for murder for stabbing her boyfriend to death. Stabbing him to death. And this was the Queen of America. Horribly raped and abused and beaten and bodily fluids fired all over her. It was a really nasty story that she came up with. I mean, it was disgusting. It was like smut pornography, the story she came up with. Probably because she had made that or lived that willingly with others. So she had this absolute smut-ass story about what they had done to her. Pure as the driven snow. Crystal Meth Mangum. I'm sorry about the last name. It's been 18 years.
I betrayed the trust of a lot of other people who believed in me.
Anybody else remember this? So let's hear what she's saying here. And then we have it's summarized. But what happened? So she didn't have this. She didn't say, God, I really got to come forward because I ruined their lives. Imagine the fear that went through their lives when this was happening. Imagine the fear that will never go away, experienced by their mothers, their fathers, who know what's in prison, and they can look over at their little doughy son and think that he's going to end up in there with the animals in prison. Some of which, of course, are wonderful people. I just have to say that because I don't know for sure if prisoners are a protected class, but some of them might be wonderful people. But there are animals in prison as well, really monstrous people by that. So the horror, and siblings as well. So how this happens is a podcaster decided that she had read about the story, she'd come across it, and she looked up Crystal Meth here, and she's in prison. I wonder if I could get an interview, try to gin up some views for my podcast. Man, talk about stepping on a success, because Crystal says, sure, I'll do an interview with you, and then writes back and says, and of course, this woman, Kate, I think her name is, Chat with Kate or something it was called, wants to talk about the incident and the trial and everything that happened and whatever else that Crystal Meth here would like to talk about. And Crystal Meth writes back and says, oh yeah, and while we're talking about that, I'll tell you that I made it up. So that's how this came about. This was no like big change of heart. I've got to do this for these guys. I've got to clear their names. But I want you to listen closely to the things she say, the supposed apology, because I never find it. She's worried about herself. Not for charges for lying, the afterlife. And she probably has even less of a concern for the afterlife as she does of an opportunity to be in the spotlight again. She's back on that pole. I mean, they should have gave this bitch a poll during this podcast. Sloth's asking a pertinent question. Did she get revenue share? That's actually a really great question. Because, in prison, you can get money and you can buy more. You have less money, you buy less. You have more money, you buy more. Depending upon where you are and a number of other factors. That's a great question. Not to mention, is she going to get out of prison for this murder at some point? And she's going to need money? Really great question. Thank you for bringing that up.
And I betrayed the trust of a lot of other people who believed in me. And made up a story that wasn't true because I wanted validation from people and not from God.
See, this is the Bravo Sierra. Some of the truckfuls of it coming right from the circus of the Bravo Sierra. Oh, I did it because I wanted validation from people rather than God to say that I'm okay. So in other words, you're the victim. You're still the victim. You're still just this injured, beautiful puppy that's the victim.
And that was wrong when God already loved me for who I was, regardless.
And there's this notion too, I just got to squash it. God does not love you if you are a vulgar, disgusting, cheap-ass whore. This pansy-ass anti-white version of Christianity is not part of the biosphere of the West. If you are degenerate POS, God hates you. He doesn't love you. Let's get this right. Nobody would have ever converted. Nobody would have ever worshiped. Nobody would have ever come to church if they actually believe. And that's why, another reason why the churches are dying and have become something completely different from the biospirit of the West. Our projection is this notion that God's going to love you no matter what you do. You don't have to accept Jesus. You don't have to obey the commandments. You don't have to obey. You could just do whatever you want. God loves you, and you're just forgiven at all points and all times. False. You're going to hell.
I didn't need to seek validation from him because I already had validation from him. I just didn't know it. And I hurt my brothers.
I think when she's talking about brothers, she's meaning the three guys that she accused of this horrific, disgusting smut porn gang rape. So brothers in Christ.
And I hope that they can forgive me.
Yeah, that's what it was.
And I want them to know that I love them.
I hope that they can forgive me. Still about Crystal. It's still about Crystal.
And they didn't deserve that. And
Yeah, they didn't deserve it.
I hope they can forgive me.
And it's all about me. I hope they can forgive me.
And that I hope that they can heal and trust God and know that God loves them.
This is so typical, by the way, of females in general, apologizing for something they didn't do. Like a female can do 10 things that are just grievous and odious to you. And then in general, not all females, in general, it's a lot of them, can do 10 things to you. And then when you're like, screw this, not going to have this in my life, they're like, oh, wait a second. And then they begin apologizing for everything but the 10 things they did. Even saying shit like, I'm sorry you took it that way. What?
And
I don't know. I mean, there's definitely something to this. I won't get into it right now. Cockatoo says, loving the Boss Bear's sexy haircut and the color blue. Ah, thank you. Boss Bear sexy. Boss Bear sexy in the house. Thank you. I appreciate that. Ivan said, and Ivan is right. Ivan is so often right. A swashbuckling commander. He says, they might forgive her, but God won't. Absolutely. You have to be punished. There's no creator would have it any other way. No creator would have it any other way. That you get to sidestep. You got a little gimmick. You know, I think it's funny. So many of these conservative or these Catholic nationalists, they all think there's this witty way to get around punishment for being a POS, being evil, being etc. They all think there's like a way to get around it. And then they will ridicule Jews who, in some of their religious writings, talk about having conversations with God and talking him out of punishing them individually or as a people, talking God out of it. And they'll ridicule that as though, God, these people really have some serious hubris. They're really arrogant. You do the same fucking thing. In Catholicism, you could rape children your whole life. And as long as you ask for forgiveness on your deathbed, God's just going to bring you in heaven. Well, I got some answers for you. You're going to hell, and there's never getting out of it. You're going to hell, and if there is no afterlife, a proper society will make sure that you experience hell before your end.
that God is loving them through me.
God's loving them through me. Well, thank you, Crystal Meth Mangum, for being the vessel of God's love to direct at these boys.
Letting them know that they're valuable and that they didn't deserve that.
Joining me now is CNN's.
They didn't deserve it. Stumbling asks, good to see you. Great stumbling is in the chat. Do you think this female behavior is a result of anti-whiteism? It is a magnification. I don't know. I'm answering a generalized question here. We're not coming at this with any specificity. Generally speaking, anti-whiteism magnifies the worst traits. So for each female, it'll be a little different, and same for males as well. It'll be a little different, but in all cases, there's going to be a magnification as a consequence of anti-whiteism. There would be, in a society run by us, for us, infused at every level with our biospirit, a much steeper requirement for moral behavior in dealing with each other and communally and with society, between the individual and society at large. And the punishment would be much graver for deviation.
Gene Casares, who reported heavily on this case. Gene, give us a sense of how impactful and controversial.
Oh my God. Don't ever say impactful. There are few things that I would choke people out. Like in the grocery line, if I hear you say impactful, you'll wake up when I left. You'll say, what happened? That guy just choked your ass right out. What for? I don't know, but impactful was the last thing you said. My God. Just for you all know, when people say things like this, it like sticks with me for a day. I'm going to be hating on him for an entire day. I'm going to be making food and I'm going to be eating. And the whole time I'm going to be like, that SOB using impactful.
These accusations and the result were at that time. I remember, you remember this story all too well. I mean, this was literally a firestorm of a story back in 2006. The entire country was watching it. And to hear this admission all these years later, it's just extraordinary.
And 3 young lives were destroyed at that time. You know, it was 2006. It was Durham, North Carolina. I was there. I was covering this. And Crystal Mangum made the accusation that she was raped by David Evans, Cullen Finnerty, and Reed Segelman. And there were charges, very serious sexual assault charges that had terms of imprisonment for the rest of their lives. And in Durham, that's where it started. And everyone took Crystal Mangum's side because she came out with details, very specific, graphic.
No. See, this, of course, I don't expect this woman to get it right. Chavez or whatever her name is. I don't expect her to get it right. She's a deep sea fish in the deep sea of anti-whiteism and the anti-white narrative. So obviously, everyone believed her because she had graphic details. No. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. Everyone believed her because they're white, because these young men whose lives she ruined are white. That's why everybody believed her, because the white race was on trial, as always.
Details. And the young men said, we didn't do this. But Duke University did not stand by them either. They were just really silent. But everyone was focused that she was telling the truth. They weren't. Then it went to a national level, and their names became household names.
Now you see, this is a great example. What would a cuck say here? One of these anti-white cuck bitches that we're going to be dealing with. We need to make memes about them. We need to go after them, to ridicule the ever-living shit out of cucks. What would a cuck say right here? Well, this was a Me Too, an abstraction. This was a Me Too incident, another abstraction. Anything to get away from pointing out that this is all about anti-whiteism. This is the white race on trial. Everybody believed the whore stripper with a record, with this insane smut pornography claim. It would have been it still would have been unbelievable. But if she would have said that some like much more basic, much more vapid kind of rape, where they just told me that if I ever told anybody that nobody would ever believe me, and so they forced me to lie there and take it. That would have been at least more believable, even though it's still fake. But no, she had all of these graphic details, which where would she get them from? Because she probably lived them willingly with other people. She probably did have foursomes with 3 other guys.
And they were taken into court on these very serious charges. And they were in college. They were at Duke University. Furthermore, the lacrosse team, their entire season was canceled. The coach was fired. So there were ramifications from it. Now, 1 year later,
there were also ramifications for the family members of these guys. They were being accosted, as I recall. Check it out for yourself. Look back. It was 2006. Family members were being accosted. They were out in public. How dare you, rapist son? Your rapist brother. No apologies to them. No apology to these guys either. What she just said, I didn't hear an apology anywhere.
The attorney general exonerated them of innocence. But there's so much more to the story. I was in the courtroom, and Mike Nifong, the district attorney of Durham, was charged with criminal contempt and then also for disbarment of his bar license. And it came out what the truth was. One of the defense teams had a young attorney, just got out of law school, And he would stay up at night reading the thousands of pages of DNA evidence. And he found something in one of those thousands of pages that confirmed that their DNA was not a part of DNA that they had collected from her. And that DNA evidence is actually one of the major factors that they were exonerated. And that came out during Mike Nifong's trial. He was convicted, by the way, the district attorney who had stood by her and had.
Would you be convicted today in 2024, 2025 we're going into for railroading white people who were innocent? Probably not. Those days are gone. Why is that? We've talked about it many times. Nodes of power. How many people who are anti-white, either anti-white light to anti-white radical, are in nodes of power in America, across the West now? Enormous numbers of them. And we got to see it firsthand during the summer of anti-white terrorism, death, rapine, and destruction of Western civilization. Notice how I didn't call it the summer of love like the cucks do. So back then, 2006, 18, almost, working on 20 years ago, you still had enough nodes of power where the people were anti-white to light to be able to just look away and say, well, I understand that level of criminality in the name of the morality that is anti-whiteism. Now it's gone. And besides, Biden would probably pardon them all. He's pardoned, is it true? Over 8,000, more than double the amount of any other president ever. Hardcore criminals.
Done many interviews about how she was raped so viciously. And then they reclaimed their lives. But right there, I believe that's David Evans right there. He said that he, at the time, because he was in the courtroom during Mike Nifong's trial, he wanted to become an attorney because he wanted to help others who were wrongfully accused. And I don't know if that happened, but that is what he wanted at that time. But they'll always be the three Duke lacrosse players, right?
Yeah.
If you say the name
right.
Colin Finnerty, especially if you live in Duke, in Durham, you're going to know who that is.
And Gene, that school's lacrosse program was just smeared. I mean, and I'm sure suffered, and the school just suffered major reputational damage after that. Is there anything that could come as in part of the fallout of this? I mean, could there be some sort of lawsuit? I mean, I suppose there might not be much to sue for here. It doesn't sound like Crystal has a whole lot of assets on her.
Well, she's in prison.
Yeah,
she's in prison right now for murder. And so that's true. There were several lawsuits at the time, one against Duke, another against Durham, the city of Durham. But now that she has come out on the record saying it, let's see legally what is available, because it has been almost 20 years. And I'm sure her resources are very, very sparse at this point. But we have tried to contact the three now men involved in this, their attorneys, and a local paper said that there are not comments at this point of their reaction to all of this.
Wow. All right, Gene, stand by. Really appreciate you.
All right. Enough of that for now. Think about the second and third and fourth order and fifth order ramifications of this. Did the fathers or the mothers at work, did they not get promotions? Did they get demoted? Were they transferred at work? Were they thrown out of the sewing circle? There are so many questions as a consequence of rearing these heretical monsters of anti-whiteism that brutally, smut porn level, raped the ever-living life out of this wonderful little daisy, crystal meth Mangum. Nobody talks about them except us. The ramifications for the white people, nobody talks about them except us. Everybody is welcome to, by the way. It's not like we have a trademark or a copyright or all those other content creators out there. They're allowed to be moral for once Janitor of White Noir says, no white guilt. Please go free comment about aftermath of black pardons into our streets, neighborhoods. You mean by Biden? I got the live chat open over here on Twitter. So if you're there, say hello. If you have anything to say about this, give me a tag, no white guilt, and I will get to it. I see somebody called White, who is obviously some kind of anti-white, showing up saying, they're not blonde and blue-eyed, so therefore they're not white. You must be some kind of a special vegetable. What kind of special vegetable are you? To come here and think, oh, you're going to outwit the white people. You're going to say that they have to be blonde, and then you're going to sectarianize them. You're going to split us up. You're probably like the guy that I had the argument with that I'll be talking about here in just a moment. I really want to share that because it's like a weekly thing for me. Oh, he says not black. Jenner of White North says not black, the 8,000. Yeah, that's what it is. The 8,000 pardons. Yeah, maybe we will cover that. I absolutely repudiate the need for glasses. Just, I'm going to be like, at some point in the future, in need of a CNI dog, and I'm going to be like, I'm fine. Walk right out in the street. Private Life is with us and says, Jason's on a roll. Damn right I am. All right. Mestizo Carf is here. Good to see you, brother. He says, destroy the freedom, menace, and comicsgate, or fandom, menace, and comicsgate. They are the new skeptics. Well, we destroyed the original skeptics. I played a major role in that. Do you all remember that back in 2016, 2017? I obliterated them. But I don't know who Fandom, Menace, and Comicsgate are. Those channels or are those communities? Tag me again and let me know. I will happily destroy them. The Shade Master is here. Said, you could say it left an impact on Jason. Yes, it did. Samuski said, let me show you impactful. With a punch. Oh, let me show you. Absolutely. Robert says, Jason is like a permanently coiled spring, ready to choke at any time. I'm just like, you're out. Next, you're out. Oh my God. Cockatoo said, it's that oftentimes. No. If oftentimes and impactful are used in the same sentence, I'm going to look for that 2x4 that almost took out that loser. And I'm going to start swinging that around. I will correct the language overnight. It'll be in all the news. What set him off? Man knocks out 37 people at grocery store. My God, what set him off? Mestizo says they are communities that talk about movies, comics, and other stuff, pop culture. They hate identity politics. So they're cucks. They're white? They probably have a couple non-white people mixed in, but they're white, right? A bunch of cucking white people. God, they're so vile and disgusting. They're with this guy, with this Evie, or whatever it's called, that he's running around naked with a possum tail hanging off the backside. Somehow he's got it stuck there. Sloth says to sue the city for the anti-white. I think they did. And Duke as well. Ulrich is with us. Great to see you. But I don't think I don't recall that the suit with the city went anywhere. But Duke just paid out. And it was several million. But split between 3, and I don't know how the taxes work on a suit and a payout like that. So how much did they actually end up with? You're gonna have to like change your entire identity. Mestizo Carf, could you DM me a couple of their channels that are like the most egregious from these new skeptics? I would love to take them on and burn them down metaphorically. Jason Miller in Trump's cabinet 2 times calls out anti-whiteism, legally too. Called it out during the Duke situation. Not virtue signaling, but interested to note he is also, of course, Jewish. Mentions Juliet. Yeah, in fact, yeah, that's true. He was there back in the day, and believe it or not, he looks better now without hair. And he was there, and he doesn't seem to mind calling out, at least a little bit, discrimination against white people. If I were the president and he was working with me, I get the feeling that he would probably get right on board and go after anti-whiteism. I don't know for sure, but that may be the case. And yeah, he is not white, he's Jewish. But you can be any race and object to the discrimination of people, the persecution and exploitation of people based on their birth. That's immoral. So any person can do that. And also, he's very bright, so he's probably looking out at America and thinking, I like America as a Western country. And for it to be a Western country, it needs to be white. A lot of people get to live in Western countries, but it needs to be massively white for it to be Western. And as it becomes less white, it becomes less Western. Winger Productions is here. Oh, it's not Jason Miller. It's Steve. Is it Steve? But he definitely looks better now. Can somebody confirm? Is it Steve Miller? Cool Papa says Stephen Miller. That's Stephen Miller. So does Cockatoo confirms. So thank you for that. All right. Questions of the day. Tag me as No White Guilt if you want to participate. We're going to talk about in just a moment, though. The questions of the day are on the screen. It should go this way, I think. The opposite of me. Questions of the day. Something you want to do it's in your bucket list, something for the future, and then any motion sickness story Did you survive motion sickness? By the way, just as a by the by, if you're feeling motion sickness, I've read from doctors before that you can smell isopropyl alcohol and it will help with the symptoms. You can also take ginger, I've heard, very powerful for motion sickness to help alleviate the problems of the motion sickness. What else is there? Oh, something that's easier. Maybe you say, well, where am I going to get isopropyl alcohol when I'm on the airplane and I start feeling sick? Well, actually, they might have some now on hand to wipe things down. But also, you could pick up a newspaper. If you smell a newspaper, that will help. I've tried that before, and that's helped me. I haven't tried the alcohol yet, but I do use the ginger, and that's magnificent. Definitely helps with motion sickness like this too. Have you been? I've been on a cruise, and wow, wild stories from that. Wild stories from that. But before that, some of this.
Excuse your heart so you do not feel every slight that you deny is real. If you wanna stay fragile, take a look over here at your soul resenting love they cannot feel. What's imperiled and vulnerable can't be broken without injury. If you had it your way, anti-whites would destroy them all. Letting stupidity command your mind and fleeing justice for your fault. Steeped in envy to the best of whites, a vulnerable and avatar of what makes you feel miserable. Excuse your heart so you do not feel every slight that you deny is real. If you wanna stay fragile, take a look over here at your soul resenting love it cannot feel. What's imperiled and vulnerable can't be broken without injury. If you had it your way, anti-whites would destroy them all. Letting stupidity command your mind and fleeing justice for your fault. Steeped in envy to the best of whites, a vulnerable and avatar of what makes you feel miserable. Letting stupidity command your mind and fleeing justice for your fault.
You can celebrate the great slots for this piece, ladies and gentlemen.
Steeped in envy to the best of whites, a vulnerable and avatar.
I see a bunch of friends over there over on the Premium Rumble.
What makes you feel miserable? What makes you feel miserable?
All right, epic music. The Ivan says, for question number 2, over here on Premium Rumble, that he was on the verge of a panic attack while riding in his father's automobile, and was conflicted on whether or not to roll down the window because the Ivan was very cold, but was also gonna puke. That's a great story. So what ended up happening, my brother? You were conflicted. Panic attack upon you. I had an incident where I had gone, I was, I don't know, 13, 14, somewhere in there. And I had traveled with my father on the weekend to go work at a factory and do some work. And I got flashed. And not the kind you're thinking about either. No, not that kind of flashing. I would probably laugh at that. But no, it was a flash from welding arc. And it was bad. In fact, I can tell you all how this was awful. We were in this town and we were working on a roof. And the sun was setting. Maybe it did set all the way while we were down there or up on the roof. And I was doing one thing on one side of the roof, and my father was doing another thing on the other side of the roof, welding. Well, when he would weld, I would turn away and look the complete opposite direction. So you would think, I'm fine, right? Well, the light from the arc was hitting another building. So don't ever think that it's okay to look at the light from a welding arc. It was hitting another building and bouncing back. I did not feel anything, could not have ever thought that there was an issue. Didn't even, I guess I saw enough. And we were staying in this little place. We actually had a room this time instead of sleeping on the floor of the factory. And I went to bed, and he let me have the bed, and he was on the couch. And it was a Spartan room. There was one window off to the left, and there were these anemic curtains that even when they were shut, the street light that was outside was just coming through blazingly. And they were practically like diaphanous. It was practically like lingerie. Anyhow, I fell asleep and I woke up, and also there was a alarm clock off to my left on the bedside table. And I woke up and opened my eyes, and the room was total blackness, like zero light, no light, complete dark, black. And so I looked over at the alarm clock, and there was nothing. I couldn't see any light there. I couldn't see the alarm clock. I couldn't see the light coming from it. And I thought, the power must have gone out. And I looked up, of course, that immediately made me think of the giant light outside, street lamp, and there was nothing. Like I couldn't even detect where the window was. And I thought, oh, the power definitely went out. So I got up, grabbing things, and felt my way over to the wall, found the curtains and opened them and looked out expecting to, because the night is never perfect blackness, and expecting to see maybe there were going to be some lights out there in the distance, or how far widespread was the power outage. But if not that, I would at least, see the shadows and silhouettes of buildings and houses and things, except there was nothing. Pitch black. And this like ice fear hit me that, am I blind? Did I just wake up to perfect blindness? And not even knowing, not thinking about being flashed. So I felt my way along the wall where I knew there was a light switch. And you might say, well, Jason, if the power's out or whatever, the light switch, but you're not thinking at that point. So I get to the light switch and I'm like flipping it up and down, hoping that my vision will come back. Nothing. So I felt my way out into the hall. And as I was going down the hall, a very short hall, but as I'm like going down the hall, I yelled out to my father And I heard him, come to and say, what? And I said the scariest, saddest thing. It like crushed my father. I said, I'm blind, Dad. And so I could hear him get up quickly and come and like grab me and direct me over to a chair. And he immediately knew that somehow I had been flashed. My vision was damaged from it. And he asked at that point, he's like, do your eyes hurt? He said, you've been flashed. And I was like, no, I was never, I didn't even see the arc once. And he said, do your eyes hurt? And they really didn't then. But there was the slightest feeling of gravel, very remote feeling of like gravel in my eyes, which would become about 100 times worse. But I could feel, I said, yeah, I think I feel like a little bit of like a gravel in my eyes. And so he's like, we're going home immediately. And I was like, I can't ride in the truck and not be able to see. I'll get car sick. I'll get motion sickness. Well, we're leaving. So we get in the truck and I told him, I was like, I will end up 100% having to vomit on this long drive, hours and hours to get home. And he said, that's fine. Put your seatbelt on and just, when you have to, open the truck door and heave as best as you can outside the truck. So I got strapped in good. And as we're going down the highway, it would hit me. And the door was obviously really hard to open because of the wind hitting it. But he would slow down quickly. And I could hear the truck and feel it kind of go off onto the shoulder some. And he would just keep getting up. I would be like, and then finally, when I would be done, I would shut the door. He would take off again. Just wanted to get me back home. And probably before, I think it was before the end of that day, I started to get some of my vision back. And man, it was a relief. But at that point, my eyes were really hurting. I mean, it felt like somebody had poured gravel into them. And I was really, really injured. And it took days. And then for it to be mostly back, I think like 3 days or so for it to be mostly back. And then I don't know how long it was until it was like fine again. But man, so yeah, I threw open that door at speed and not being able to see. So as I was wondering what Ivan ended up doing, did you just throw up all over Dad's vehicle? I mean, my dad's truck, it was bad shape. I think I've told y'all before, the floorboard on the passenger side had a hole. And the only thing between you and the road was the floor mat. So I guess technically I could have lifted that up and tried to aim for it. But anyhow, did he come back? Aliens Exist over there on Premium Rumble said, damn, that's pretty scary. It was. Yeah, imagine you're like 14 or 15, maybe 14 or 15, somewhere in there. And you wake up like that. Ivan said he managed to stay calm and didn't have to puke. So he rolled. Wait a second. Stay calm. Calm down. And then he calmed down. Then he didn't have to puke and was able to roll up the window. Let's see. Kitty is over there on Premium Rumble. Hello to you. Talking about crystal meth. She wanted to believe that those scions of wealth wanted to have her, as did other anti-whites. They could have afforded a European escort if they had wanted. Yeah, they could have flown her right over. You're right about that. Nationless Nationalist says that he can watch No White Guilt on multiple channels if YouTube shuts us down. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. Aliens Exist tags me, says, for question number 1, the last thing on his bucket list is to build a physical church and actually help a white community. That's a beautiful item to have in the bucket list. Well said. And let's see, is there a question number 2? I'd tell them to use the lexicon and steer them your way also. Well, big salutes for that. Aliens Exist over there on Premium Rumble. Anybody else participating or tagging me? We'll get to the financial gifts soon. We'll get to the financial gifts soon, but otherwise we're going to keep rolling here. Make sure you tag me. Just shut these down. So very briefly here, where have we ended up by tolerating these conservatives and tolerating these other communities that just want to complain about other races all the time? Where have we ended up? Well, since those methods are so effective, the conservative cuckery, and the anti-Jew soy goying, since they're so effective, and then all of the variations of both, the secessionist ideas, and you just go down the sovereign citizen communities and all of this. Somehow, even though these things were in place and working, somehow we've reached the point where a father blasted the Vista United School Board for giving his child an assignment which asked kids to act out being LGBTQ and coming out. And we've got a very short video we can look at and see what this father says. Let's see. Somehow we got here. I mean, I know the conservative cuckery is so powerful. It's so puissant. I know that complaining about Jews is so powerful. I know that talking about partitioning the country is so powerful. I know all of these things are magnificently powerful. Everybody should be giving them their attention. And yet somehow we got here. This wasn't happening 5 years ago. This was not 10. This was not 20. We've had a long time to get it right, but somehow we got here.
Thank you guys for having me. I am here to talk about an assignment that was showed into my daughter's classroom. I'm going to read the assignment. I do have a picture, but that's neither here nor there.
The picture that he shares is activity directions. Stand in a circle. Each of you is now gay or lesbian, and you are about to begin your coming out process. You cannot talk for the rest of this activity.
There it says stand in a circle. Each of you is now gay or lesbian, and you're about to begin your coming out process. You cannot talk for the rest of this activity. I don't see how this is part of the California curriculum for education.
Okay, so let's kind of just slow down a minute and take a look at how, because these kinds of meetings have been going on since long before you were born. Think about that. Parents have been showing up at school board meetings like this. They've been making arguments to healthier populations. Same kinds of arguments to healthier populations, and yet we've gotten to this point. So just know. Now let's listen to the kinds of arguments. I haven't watched this. Very first time watching it. Let's listen to the kind of arguments that this guy makes. First off, he says that this is not appropriate California content. This is not. So she's teaching something, or he's teaching something that isn't on their curriculum. Well, they'll put it there. Pencil wiener dog. Let's see what else he has to say.
There's nothing that it does other than groom children.
Okay, so he just said to groom children. We know here the importance of language, that it spells. What spell did he just recite? A black spell. the spell of evil, the spell of anti-whiteism, grooming, lived experience, all positive. The experience that they're going to have when they hear this word and what they think of what it is all preordained. It's all figured out by the anti-whites. Now, if he wanted to say something like pedo grooming,
it's not okay. It's disgusting, and it should not be allowed. I was told by the vice principal of Rancho the first time I called that it was not part of the curriculum.
So there you have it. So far, it's disgusting. I was told by the principal it's not there, but it was there. So stop.
And emailed Dr. Villarreal. He emailed me back saying,
Dr. Villarreal? Oh, great. You know, there were no Dr. Villarreals in America to have to contend with anti-white Dr. Villarreals, or Canada, or the UK, etc. But now there are lots of them. There are going to be a lot more.
no, this is definitely part of the curriculum, this specific activity. Then he had one of his other vice principals call me to confirm that it was really part of this curriculum. I have tried to get into contact with Dr. Villarreal over the phone about 7 times, 8 times, and just failed every single time.
Okay, so far the argument is the content wasn't supposed to be there, but then I had an argument about it being there and that it's definitely part of it, and I had a hard time getting a hold of anybody.
He's not reached out to me himself personally, other than the first email contact that we had. I've reached out to Dr. Matt Doyle. I do understand that we will be having a meeting between January 6th and the 13th, I believe. So there is that. I don't think that this assignment should ever be taught to any children. It does not do anything other than groom them. Should not be allowed. Anybody who teaches this should be fired immediately. That's all I have to say about it.
That's all he has to say about it. And guess what, Dad? Next year it's going to be worse. And the year after it'll be worse. And the year after it'll be worse. And as long as you continue to be a cuck, and that's what I'm guessing. I'm guessing this guy is not a secessionist. I'm guessing he is not an anti-Jew soy goy. I'm guessing he's not in a militia who thinks they're going to be able to fight the government. What I'm guessing is that he probably is a conservative guy that is following the edicts, the commandments of the conservative content creators. And this is the kind of apologetic, effeminate, Brokeback Mountain bullshit, pardon my French, that you get from that. I think it's gross. No, that ain't going to cut it. So here's where we are. Remember, let's go back. This was the activity for your children. This was the activity for your children. It never ceases to amaze me that people continue to endorse all of these other strategies and pay for all of these other strategies and participate in all of these other strategies. And this is where we are now. Your children will stand in a circle. They are now homosexual and they are attracted to the same sex, and this is their coming out process. And also this, essentially from this on YouTube, or no, Twitter, sorry. You see this from these content creators like Libs. This is Libs of TikTok. And it's a great service to provide the documenting of the doom. That's a great service. But you can't leave it there. It goes nowhere. People have been documenting the doom and prognosticating on the doom, what's next, how bad it is now, where it came from, doom dissecting, and it's never improved anything. So with your doom documentation, you need to include something to remedy this problem. I mean, I know that you get more views, and the more views, you get more money as you doom document. But the world that that we are leaving to the next generation and the generation thereafter and the generation that we're in is a anti-white hellscape that will continue to get worse, even documenting all the doom. I sent you the links to a few cuck channels I could find, but I'm concerned there's more out there. Well, thank you, brother. I will take a look at that. Yeah, see, that dad could have gone in there. If he had had the lexicon, could you imagine how powerful this dad would have been? He's talking about the white erasure of our norms, inverting, that way, inverting all that is normal for us. But here's what I have to deal with, and then we'll get to our final item. Actually, let's take a look at a few of these. Do any of you have a spirit animal? This says here, them. Find your spirit animal. It will guide you. My spirit animal. That's my spirit animal. What's yours? Your spirit animal will find you, will lead you to the promised land. It will find the way for you. Maybe your spirit animal is a hamster, like this woman's. She just got these hamsters in today.
All right, so we just got these in yesterday.
Yesterday.
They're still little babies. Should be one under here. All right, so we just got these in yesterday. They're still little babies. Should be one under here. All right, so we just got these in yesterday.
Hold her hand away fast.
They're still little babies. Should be one under here.
This one rips her face off.
All right, so we just got.
When you know that you're in the wrong business. All right. Has anybody ever tried to horse around with a horse and put on one of those Halloween horse masks? This guy did, and I love the look on the horse's face. The guy stands up and waves at it. The horse is like, what the f is going on? People are weird, man. One of these days, somebody's going to put on a horse mask and the horse is just going to beat the ever-living crap out of him. I can tell you right now, when you're thinking about going to Disney, you don't want to go to Disney because it's anti-white as they come. But you also don't want to go to Temu Disney. Whoa! Look at this woman. Watch the woman in blue as she comes back around. Wow! Look at her. Oh my God. Yeah, that's about right. This is what all of our carnivals and theme parks are going to look like once they bring enough of India here. All right. Got to show you this if I can. Let's see. Can I show you this? Is this it? All right. Let's see. And then I'll take it down and I'll read it to you, but I'll first show it to you here. All right. There we go. Y'all remember this? You remember back when I was doing the white well-being community vids and I was trying to bring attention to people artists in the community, trying to provide a place. In fact, the great sloths asked about that, potentially doing that again at some point in the future. I absolutely am considering it. But this is a Jack White's ballad of Sky King. And so I shared this video. Long time ago. So let me read to you. Put it up here so I can actually see it. All of a sudden, this jealous wanker showed up, and he says in the thread below. So if you go find that video on my channel, you'll see the whole conversation. He says, "Shouldn't have put your name on this after you, all caps, removed the artist and the title from the, all caps, original." So this is the kind of thing on a weekly basis. And sometimes it's several times a week. I get these jealous little wankers that show up and they start these outrageous slanders against me. It's nothing but canards from the beginning to the end of time because they're so jealous. So I write back to him, like, what is he talking about? The title of the video says his name. So I said, if not Jack White, who do you think the artist? Who do you think is the artist? So then this guy writes back. And now keep in mind, when I made that response, I was using speak to text. So it's spelled White properly, not the way Jack White actually spells it, because speak to text doesn't know white. So this guy writes back, no, it's spelled H-W-I-T-E. This is a reference to he said he, but he meant the. But you overlook these things in these kind of communications unless you're a jealous little prick like this guy. Could you imagine if he stood at a urinal beside me? Jeez. This is a reference to the continental accent of Jared Taylor that became a meme. And, he says, I can pronounce hierith right. I've been around a while, Jason. But let's not deflect. Why did you alter the original to remove the artist and the title? So I wrote back to him. Concern trolling. I see. Wait, where's the rest of this? Because hold on. Okay. For some reason, it's not showing the very end of the last word. But I said, concern trolling, I see. Obviously, speak to text does not know how to spell white. And your correction further reveals what the concern troll made evident, that you are jealous of me. The artist's name is Jack White, and it says that clearly, Cupcake. Furthermore, my name is on all the white well-being community vids I shared. And what were the white well-being community vids, you ask? That was me bringing attention to artists in the white sympathetic sphere. Now, what is your complaint? What is now? I say now, what is your complaint again? Let me move forward on this. For some reason, it's not letting me. See it without making it tiny. And it's not giving me the option, to fill out the rest of the comment. Thanks, YouTube. He writes back to me. He writes back, well, that wasn't even, he deleted a couple comments. Shit. Did I save it over here? Looks like he's gone back and deleted some comments. Let's see. No, I didn't. There were 2 other comments where he's like really going after me. I think maybe he's feeling embarrassed. I'm pretty sure that I screen captured the screen, but finding, wait, is that, what's this? Nope, wrong one. Yeah, not important, but I will read what he left up here and the end of it. Okay, so it says, my comments aren't showing up again. He says he loves Wojcicki so much. What now? What is that word? Looks like he deleted the other 2 attacks. And he left this one up for some reason, but he edited it. Then he says, but really, it says plenty to go out of one's way to replace an artist, then go on a rant against the person asking instead of just saying why. It's bizarre, and it's been noticed. Ego won't save you. All right. So I wrote back, from whom do you think I got the video? Good God. And the video and the vid's title is the artist's name. So at this point, I realized that he was talking about like Jack White's name on the actual running video. And I didn't make the video. I got the video from Jack White. So I continue here. If he or someone else made a version where he or they added his name after that, I've never seen it. Your dumbass shows up here to slander me as taking credit for someone else's work, only to find out that I did an entire series out of my own goodwill to bring attention to struggling artists in the white sympathetic sphere. Rather than apologize and thank me, you keep going with your baseless allegation. That's all we need to know about you. Then I posted that comment and I wondered, what is this video he's talking about that has, like, you saw the video, it's like got that orange, and I was like, what is he talking about? So I decided I would just take a quick jaunt over to his YouTube channel and just on a lark, real quick, I didn't have time, I'm busy, and I click on his playlist of Wellbeing music. Wonder where he got that from. And scrolled down it and found the same video or the same orange background video, except on this one, it did say Jack White's name. So now I saw this guy had come across a version of Jack White's Ballad for Sky King that had Jack White's name on it. And he was asserting that I had stolen the credit for this song, even though Jack White, not only is Jack White's name the title for the video that I made in the description, and you can go on my channel and see, all of Jack White's contact information is in the description. But that doesn't stop. And this guy almost assuredly is a soy goy, anti-Jew, almost 100% guaranteed. And so therefore just jealous and hateful and small and petty. So I thought, wow, so there was another video. Right before I clicked off of it, I wondered, since he didn't like record this video and then post it, instead he linked it from Jack White's YouTube page, I wondered, what's the date? So I added this in my edit of that final comment. And hey, adding this edit because I just saw that the version you share was published on Jack's YT in 2020. My version was published in 2019. So obviously what happened was Jack White or whoever for him that made that video didn't have Jack White's name on it. I brought attention to Jack and the work that he was doing, for which he thanked me. And now years later, this butt plug of a soy goy decides he's going to show up and now he's going to go tell everyone that the no white guilt guy, he's scum. You don't want to like him. He's out there stealing credit for other people's work. When what's the reality? That I am I pristinely created a series to share all of these unrecognized people. So talk about the injustice with these dirty, wretched, shit-faced, eat shit and die losers. The reality is that I am 100 times more moral, nowhere close to perfect, but I'm 100 times more moral and a stand-up guy trying to help out other people. And this little squat turd is going to go out and tell people that no, not that Jason is really a good guy, a really good stand-up guy. No, they're going to go out. He's going to go out instead and say, oh, he was trying to steal Jack White's song because he went to the trouble of deleting Jack White's name from it. Once a week. Got to deal with that. And I have I have Jack White's YouTube, and Jack White did write on it, Jack White, Ballad of a Sky King. Just so happens that came a year later. So you can find that guy's comment if you want to get into that conversation. It's on that thread, Jack White's Ballad of a Sky King, White Wellbeing Community Vids. It's at the very bottom because it's the most recent. Otherwise, I win again, and Merry Christmas. I mean, think about the injustice. This is a microcosm of my work for white well-being for decades. This is a microcosm of it. I go out of my way to be a good guy, to elevate all of us, to make sure that you don't go to jail, like Prometheus Thunder or whatever his name is, to make sure that you do better in your life, to make sure that our children don't get victimized. People I'll never know, never meet. I go out of my way to do that because it's just the right thing to do. And then what ends up happening to me? These little vicious, snarling curs show up on a weekly basis to take my actual good deeds to help other people out and say that, no, Jason's the opposite of that. And they go out into the world to preach that. He's the opposite. He's just trying to steal what Jack White had done. God, they're just, there's every one of them deserves to have all of their teeth lovingly removed from their mouths. First Last is in the house. Good to see you. So, I mean, you all see it. You all know exactly what I'm talking about. But this was such a poignant example, because I could literally go to the two videos and show, and even talking about what I was actually doing. And this guy, he's got nothing to say about what I was actually doing, bringing attention to. He's like, try to stay on point. He deleted the other two comments. Try to stay on point. You just keep trying to distract. That was the other thing he said in the comment, that one of the comments that he deleted was that, oh, you can't have a conversation without name calling. This bitch shows up insinuating that I intentionally just like sat down in some like darkened place, some like darkened room, and I'm like, how can I steal this from Jack White? And I'm the one who's name calling these people, every single one of them. It's just the white sympathetic sphere is so full of vile pieces of shit. Merry Christmas. As I say that to the Christmas music in the background, Merry Christmas and good Yule. Oh, the great Fornull is here. Did you hear what I was talking about? Were you here when I was showing this guy on the Jack White thing? He's probably going to delete the rest of the comments now. But maybe I should get a screenshot of it right now, so before he deletes any more, you know? Let me see real quick. Yeah, that's one of the comments was, oh, you can't have a conversation without name calling. I called him Cupcake and said he was jealous. He starts off with a concerned troll that I'm stealing other people's work. I am the best guy that loser will ever meet. He will never meet anybody as good as me. Definitely far from perfect. But he will never meet anybody as good as me. Yet again, I wonder how we get to the point where this effeminate father is complaining about his child having to stand in a circle and pretend that he or she is homosexual, and coming out and experiencing what it's like to be a homosexual and telling everybody how you're homosexual and how you're attracted to the same sex and everything. Wonder how we got here, because good guys like me, like the guys in this community, have stood up over the decades and done the right thing. A whole series for artists to bring attention to their work. I put all of their links. Whole series. Jack White's links are all there to bring attention to them. And this loser's going to come up and say, oh, he's just a thief of other people's work. So that's obviously, I'm not the only stand-up guy that's been treated like this, for sure. Absolutely disgusting. All right, so Fornull was here. Yeah, unbelievable. Misty is here. Merry Christmas to you. Oh, so true. So true, First Last. All right. I wanted to share that little ditty with you. Let's see. We're going to take a quick look at the Republican Party, and specifically the Republican Party through soon to be former Speaker, we hope, Mike Johnson, and the spending bill, which is anti-white, loaded with anti-white pork, because they're all pigs. And so this is resisting the will of the American population. They're just like, the American population gave Trump the Electoral College win and the popular win. But you know what? We're going to do what we want. We anti-white Republicans are going to do what we want. Now, I want to mention that this, I actually have some bullet points from it, and I'll look. But, you know, for her job, Cockatoo reads these things, right? This bill was 1,512 pages long, and they just dumped it out there. Johnson was working in cahoots with Schumer. Remember Johnson, we came out and we're like, he's an anti-white POS. He absolutely should not be the speaker. Everybody else got excited. Not everybody. I mean, other people might have recognized this, but a lot of people were energized and excited about Johnson. We pointed out how he's anti-white. We watched videos where he was talking about his black son is going to be so hard on him. And his white son, everything's going to be just given to him. Remember this shit? Sorry, the Sierra. So we knew he was anti-white garbage. And he's proving it yet again. At the last minute in this spending bill, he decided he was going to toss in a bunch of garbage, and then he was going to drop. The stack of pages is that tall. He was just going to drop it and say, oh, we got to vote now. And you remember, by the way, that whole hullabaloo with Gates, and they weren't going to have these bills anymore where they sneak a bunch of things. It was going to be like single item things. Total lies. I mean, these people are the most corrupt, and these are the Republicans, anti-white bastards on the planet. A whole bunch of anti-white garbage is packed into this bill, and Johnson is trying to work with the Democrats to get this anti-white garbage passed. Well, how many people can read 1,512 pages like this? Well, apparently Cockatoo can, because in, I think it was 8 hours, she read and annotated the entire thing. And now those notes are being used by the Republicans, those annotations are being used by the Republicans to push back the few who want to push back, and hopefully that number will grow, especially now since Donald Trump has said, hey, don't vote for this. This is no good. So let me dip into this sordid tale here. This is important for us and this community because this is the conservative content creator, thought leader, legislator that we have to contend with for the next 4 years. Republicans bristle at Speaker Johnson overspending bill full of handouts from the Uniparty to the swamp. And by the way, she's also a little sick, is that right? And it's still read all that and annotated, so it's just amazing. Republicans are bristling at Speaker Mike Johnson over the, this says 1,547-page spending deal released mere days ahead of the deadline and the vote, full of pork and disappointment. The continuing resolution, CR, released Tuesday night, negotiated on the GOP side by Johnson, includes tens of billions of dollars in waste and includes funding for controversial items, including a pay raise for members of Congress, as well as a 1-year extension on the State Department's Global Engagement Center, which funds organizations that censor conservative media including the Israel First Breitbart. Let me take a look at the bullet points. So here's some of the bullet points. Sends over $630 billion. Now remember, Elon Musk met with Johnson a couple weeks back, and they were all pals and they're patting around. And I told you, I said, you know, Musk and Vivek, this Doge is not a real thing. All they can do is recommend things that have to be cut from the government, things that are wasteful. And then it's the House, it's Speaker Johnson who gets to decide what actually gets done. So Musk has no power. It's kind of like Tom Homan. He's in a fake position. Homeland Security is the real position to gather people up and throw them out of the country. He's a czar. That's fake. All he can do is make recommendations, just like Musk. So here you see Johnson was all smiles. Musk was all smiles. Oh, we're going to be able to work together. Musk had some positive things to say about him. Why? Because he lied his ass off to Elon Musk. Like all of these snakes do. That's all they do is lie. They're all anti-white. They all lie. So he's lying his ass off. Well, 650 or 30 billion of your tax dollars, of our tax dollars, to, and here's the first note, Extended Global Engagement Center that funds censorship of conservative news outlets. That's what the Republican Party is going to do. Really, rewind this and listen to that 1,000 more times. They are going to continue the funding of the Public Engagement Center that censors conservative news. This bill is going to permit year-round E15, increasing the cost of both food and fuel to consumers. So maybe Cockatoo could explain that to us. It's going to spend $3 million to improve molasses testing at points of entry. It's going to get relief to Hurricane Helene victims 82 days after the storm, 14 days after Angola gets U.S. disaster dollars. So Angola is going to get money before North Carolina. Fully fund the Francis Scott Key Toll Bridge reconstruction. So that's another thing, is there's all this money. I don't know if it says more about it here, but to repair bridges on private roads. How do you like that? Private profit, public costs. That's a real scam, isn't it? Don't you think? It's good if you can get the work, right? You can be a filthy rich person and you can make all the profit and then make the citizenry pay for all the expenses. It paves the way for taxpayers subsidized relocation of the NFL Washington Commanders football team. Let the owner pay for that. Why should we? The owner's filthy rich. Allow members of Congress to opt out of Obamacare. Well, they get to opt out. This is a great one. Squander taxpayer dollars on absurd programs like music tourism. What is that, you asked? I asked as well. And it is the paying of non-white, what will undoubtedly be almost entirely non-white street performers to play music. How do you like that? So I tweeted about, was it Chipotle is looking to automate everything it does. It's going to be robots. They're going to serve you. And I said, do you think these people are just going to leave the country? You know, obviously, you go to the Chipotle, they're not all illegal aliens or border crossers, as we like to put it. They're not going to leave the country just because a robot took their job. No, they are going to work as a united people to take your job from you. And you, if you are a cuck out there, you're a selfish, individualistic, and proud about it. And you're going to contend with their entire people all by yourself. And we're going to have more cases of parents going, you know what the next one will be when they go into the school board? The dad's going to say, next year, 3 years from now, the dad's going to say, you know what? This wasn't in the curriculum that they were going to be sexually pleasuring each other. And so I don't think it should be taken out because it wasn't originally in the curriculum. Well, we put it in there, Dad. He's going to say, shucks. So let's look on here. These nothing but losers. What did I say? Good luck, white cuck. Maybe that should be on a t-shirt. Good luck, white cuck. Many conservative members of Congress are shocked at what they are finding in the monstrosity. I've been informed that Speaker Johnson blocked RECA reauthorization from being included in the CR. Mike Lee, Utah, said, I worked with the entire Utah delegation and many others in Congress, including, he names a bunch of others, to craft a compromise measure that expands and preserves benefits for Americans hurt by government nuclear testing, mining, and waste storage. That's got to go. You know, the other big thing that she found in there is that for the border crossers, they're not going to be, when they get arrested and et cetera, they're going to change the name of what they're called. They're not going to be offenders. They're not going to be convicts. Now they're going to be, what is it? Like a judicial system involved or whatever it was. Justice involved individual. So you will still be an offender. They will be a justice involved individual. That, what did we say about the next step to giving them all citizenship? We've been talking about this. It's every step is amnesty. If Trump were real, if it were legitimate, you would need negative. You would need them going all the other direction. Not one new one coming in. Even though among them there are mostly wonderful, productive, brilliant people. Just today, Johnson said the continuing resolution needed to contain disaster relief for families still suffering from Helene and Milton. But now we're told a bill full of handouts from the Uniparty to the swamp doesn't have room to compensate people suffering from radiation exposure. Why are victims of our own government's nuclear testing being forced to take a back seat to the Uniparty and the swamp? Because it's anti-white. I bet you many of your victims are white people. And the non-white people are collateral damage. I'd hoped to see Speaker Johnson grow a spine. Okay, shut up. Debt continues to grow. Okay, shut up. Senator Hawley personally killed a bipartisan bicameral expansion, spending cap, RECA deal. Really? It was him alone, he said, placing the blame squarely on Johnson. But he's willing to spend billions on Ukraine and foreign wars and every pork barrel project known to man. The American people just delivered President Trump and congressional Republicans a decisive mandate. That's what I was saying earlier. So here you have all of these people complaining Nancy Mays says the first 9 pages of the resolution are all we need to keep the government open. The other 1,500 plus pages are a handbook on how the government plans to waste your tax dollars for a bit. So it goes on and on. Elon Musk jumping in saying the bill should not pass. Ramaswamy, the new America. I wanted to read the full 1,500-page bill and speak with key leaders before forming an opinion. Having done that, here's my view. It's full of, he didn't read it himself. It's full of excessive spending, special interest giveaways, and pork barrel politics. Okay, so more anti-whiteism. Here we have another title. Spending bill, another article, another title. Spending bill, I'm not going to put it up. Spending bill subsidizes State Department's conservative censorship slush fund. The government funding bill includes 1-year extension of the State Department's Global Engagement Center, GEC, an agency that funds organizations that censor conservative media. The provision extending funding for the program is found on page 139, continuing resolution, which was unveiled Tuesday night, just hours before the House will vote. The Washington Examiner, Gabe Kaminsky on Twitter, the bill includes a 1-year extension on what we just read. So there you have the Republican Party financing groups that censor conservative news outlets. Why? Because the Republicans are anti-white. Here we have another article. Trump opposes Mike Johnson's spending bill. He says totally against it. President-elect Donald Trump revealed that he is totally against the proposed continuing resolution, which is weighed down with many unrelated and expensive provisions. Fox and Friends co-host Lawrence Jones. It's just, I hate the West. Reported in a, this is a guy, if you've ever seen him before, totally doesn't deserve, he's totally there because he's black and maybe a homosexual, in my opinion. That he had spoken with Trump, and that so Trump will talk to him, of course, because he's a black conservative, which means he's a unicorn and very special. President-elect was totally against the resolution. Vice President Blowjob Vance released a joint statement from him and Trump criticizing the CR, stating that the bill would make it easier to hide the records of the corrupt January Patriots Day committee. So they're claiming, Blowjob Vance and Trump in this statement, that the bill will make it harder to investigate and prosecute the corrupt participants of the Patriot Day committee. The most foolish and inept thing ever done by congressional Republicans was allowing our country to hit the debt ceiling, Trump and Vance said in a statement. It was a mistake and is now something that must be addressed. Congress is considering a spending bill that would give sweetheart provisions for government censors and for Liz Cheney. The statement continued. The bill, these people, the things that need to be done to them. How much tickling and cuddling will there have to be to right the ship of state? Are you going to go make a deal? You're going to show up with Johnson, anti-white Johnson, and he's going to be like, oh yeah, my black son has it so hard. My white son he gets everything given to him by the world. Everything's so easy for white people. Oh yeah, I'm definitely against all the pork. I'm definitely against including all of these other things and I'm definitely against all of that, except he turns around and he's definitely for it. And he picks up the phone and he's like, Schumer, how do we get this done? This is the Republican Party your whole life. This is the conservatives. Who votes these people in? The conservatives. So, and what the reason why they're tossing all this in is because they know all of these people, representatives, are really on the line here. The government running out of money right before Christmas is something that they don't want to be responsible for. And so Johnson just showing his true colors once again, how anti-white he is, showing up with Schumer saying, you better vote for this. Your constituency is not going to like it if you don't. The government has to shut down. One final title here, another article. Thomas Massie says he will not vote for Johnson as Speaker as a result of this spending bill. Thomas Massie appears to be the first Republican to openly say that he will not support Speaker Mike Johnson in the speakership vote in January following the monstrous spending bill released Tuesday evening, which many Republicans say flies in the face of what the American people voted for in November. They need to call for him to be removed immediately. The measure released Tuesday evening, which was negotiated for Republicans by Johnson, has sparked outrage, anger, and disbelief. Why did they even put Johnson in there? It's just one anti-white after the other. It's what I've told you. You're not going to be able to fix these things without addressing the moral tapestry of the country, the anti-white moral tapestry of the country. And you cannot address that anti-white moral imperative, which of course is immoral, without mentioning that the victims, the target group, is the white race and everything they've produced. If you hear me, cucks, you hear me, you cucking losers out there, you are not going to be able to address the social morality of the country, which is the anti-white moral imperative, without talking about the victims, the targeted group. You're not going to be able to do it. And you're not going to be able to do anything if you don't address that. Note well again that especially if you are 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, note well again that there was nowhere in the West where teachers were recruiting for sex cults in a regular Christian school. There was nowhere in the countries of the West where a female could talk lewdly on a street corner like a street whore and be enriched beyond all imagination. There is nowhere in America in the past or in any of our countries where they stood around in a circle at school and they said, fawn on each other like you are now homosexual. But it happens now. So all of that before, all of that call your congressman, all of that ignore that the white race is being victimized and that the white race is the target of all of this, that the problem is anti-whiteism, refusing to say that, turning it into abstractions, has led us here with what we see every day in the news. And if it continues, the here will be worse and worse by the day. For example, the bill includes pay raise for Congress, 1-year extension of state departments, we read about that, funding the censorship of conservative media. Lame duck spending bill also contains provisions allowing lawmakers to opt out of having to use Obamacare. Republicans in the House and Senate have expressed their frustration with Johnson, asserting that he has bowed to lobbyists and lacks a backbone. No, he's just an anti-white pig. But Massie appears to be the first, perhaps of many to come, to publicly say that he will not support Johnson in the speakership vote next year, despite Johnson clinching the GOP nomination already. I'll vote for somebody else, Massie said. They need to, if there are any Republicans in there that are decent people, they need to shut it all down. Run it out of money, shut it all down. So don't you just love how Speaker Johnson has collaborated with even more radical anti-whites like Schumer to make sure that non-whites will be able to perform music on our tax dollars on street corners and visit schools to perform their music. And more, I mean, that probably, I can't wait until we get some sort of like voodoo priestess and Caribbean music in the elementary school, in like the predominantly or all white elementary school, paid for in big dollars from the taxpayers. And they'll be in there with that metal drum, and the voodoo priestess will be dancing around in the garb that they like to wear. Maybe they'll teach the little children how to use voodoo dolls, and then teach them how to imagine, like the Catholic priest that we saw that the Pope installed to be the priest of the Vatican. And maybe she'll talk to them about how, well, they can't, since they're inanimate, they can't actually have sex, but we can imagine them having sex, especially same-sex sex. And we can like to imagine that. Hit the metal drum over there, whatever your name is. Ding, you know, I mean, that'll be next year. That'll be next year. The cucks are going to keep cucking away. We're going to keep having these soy goy scumbags showing up to slander my good name. And no, you know, maybe if some of these people, there was some sort of retaliation, maybe some of that would stop. But apparently not. AI Robot is here. Good to see you. The cool, the Papa, the J, the Magic is going to bed. Good night. We're almost done here. On this Christmas, let me take a look at the financial gifts, and I think we had an explanation for the E15, short for alternative fuel, but these fuels are made by the EPA, and the EPA will just waste or pocket the money. How about that? So more of the green boondoggle garbage for the EPA, as anti-white of an agency as you can imagine. All right, tag me as No White Guilt if you have anything to say. The great Sloth says here, I am the first person to ever donate to Jack White, and where am I hanging out? How about that? So the great Sloth was the first to ever donate to Jack White. And here he is, because he has courage, because he has a good heart, because he has a moral compass, because he's bright. All of that differentiates us from so many of these others. Going and slandering me for stealing someone else's work. All right. Take a look at the financial gifts and at your tags for me. We will begin with the great, the one and only over here on the Dude Bro Moment platform. It is the king and commander, Dude Bro Moment. Let's get on our feet. Let's get on our feet and give some Christmas trees, some Christmas cheer. Snowmen. I think he probably wants snowmen. I think he probably wants snowman emojis. If you can find them, prop them up there in the live chat for the great Dude Bro Moment, financially gifting on this glorious Wednesday roll in of the Church of the West, 50 white well-being dollars. And that he says with it, as is customary, as he is wont to do, for white well-being. What an absolute champion. God bless you, hero. And the only one over here on Entropy, if there's anybody that was there and I don't see it, please tag me elsewhere. But you are in the house of Dude Bro Moment. God bless you, brother. Thank you so much. If you haven't given the stream on YouTube a like, please do so. It won't matter for the algorithm, because we know they censor the ever-living shit. And we got to be, you know, even though we're totally moral, we've got to watch out what we say so that we don't draw the ire of the censors at YouTube, because they don't have any power, because they're the down and trodden. And so we just have to make sure that they're always getting their way, because they have no power and no control, and they're always wrongly put upon, all these classes of people, except for the white race. You can go and slander the ever-living hell out of them. Heterosexual white race. All right, let's see what we have. We'll do a refresh. We have over here on the Cash App, First Last, $5. God bless you, brother. Good to see you. $5 from the first and the last. And tag me now if you have any comments, new comments before we get out of here. Comments. We'll take a look at a couple more funny videos. But tag me if I missed you. We have $5 over here on Odyssey from Land of the Fake. Thank you so much, Land of the Fake. And he says, Jason, what do you think about the, what is that? Is that Bellamy salute? I'm not really. So I don't know what salute that is. I'll have to look it up. But he says he's not anti-Jew. But he says this salute he thinks is powerful. Is that the Roman salute? Yeah, that's the Roman salute. Yeah, and that's true. Here it was used in the United States, like at the Pledge of Allegiance and Pledge of Allegiance. Let's get back to the screen here. Says he's not anti-Jew, but he says it feels like it's unifying and empowering. What if he says, what if the narrative on it is anti-white and using it can spell break? He says he'll remain a fan regardless of my answer. Well, I do not believe that a motion with any of your limbs can spell break or unify. It is any action that I've talked before about a marching band. Having unity is empowering. Everybody doing the same thing is empowering. And that's what you're having with a salute. Everybody's doing the same thing. So it's not that salute. There's no magic to that salute in and of itself. The reason you probably feel like maybe there is because you've seen these videos of millions of white people in particular Germany using this salute, and they're joyful and they're happy, but it could be any salute. The salute itself, of course, is part of the anti-white narrative as representative of the most demonic force the world has ever known. And those using that salute in, like we talk about, countless iterations in infotainment, which is really just fictionalized reality and also outright fiction. Under that salute, horrible things have been done to trillions of people. And so at the mere sight of it, our brothers and sisters are going to have all of that invoked in them. They're going to see it all come into their mind's eye, all the horror. So there's, quite the opposite will happen if you use the Roman salute, even if you call it the Bellamy salute. I've seen people get in these arguments, and it's sad. wanting to use the swastika, and they want to call it a fifth froth or something like this, whatever it is. And they want to have these conversations. I've gone to these, you all know, back in the day, I attended many of these European or ancestral religion type of get-togethers, and just to be around other white people who ostensibly, more or less, care about white people and ending our victimization. And that was one of the conversations that would come and be heated, because people would say, no, we should have the swastika on front of it. It doesn't mean what they say it means. Where does the definition exist? This is what I would try to tell these folks. Where does it exist? Does it exist in a dictionary somewhere? Does it exist in an encyclopedia somewhere? Does it exist? Where does it exist? It exists where it matters, in the heads of everybody that you have to deal with. And that definition is not maybe the innocuous Bellamy definition that you're thinking of. No, that definition is something very, very opposite of what you truly represent and feel. And you don't want to send that signal. There's no climbing out of that hole, ever. So that's my answer. That's a great question. Thank you for that. Let's see what else we have here. And thank you for the financial gift. Land of the fake. Is there another one there? Oh, no, that was... Yeah, there's another one. Another $5. Land of the fake. Thank you, brother. He says, just dropped about $1,000, he says, on Christmas supplies. Sorry if Santa's sack is a little light, but the Christmas is going to be real. The Christmas is going to be a real sleigh. A real sleigh ride for your family? Are you taking the day off on Christmas, or will Santa's shop be open for business? Well, if you're really getting everybody a sleigh ride, that would be cool. That millionaire whose property I lived on, he had a Clydesdale, I've told you all, and one of the horses was a Clydesdale, and he had this big, beautiful sleigh in the barn. And I wondered, when do you ride that? When do you ride? But then we ended up, I think it was that year, not the next, having like 3 feet of snow. So I was like, well, he could ride it now. He could definitely ride it now. He said he rode it down into town at some previous year. That's pretty amazing. But it was pretty. Will I be working on Wednesday? Will I stream? I don't know. Next Wednesday, maybe not. If I do, it might be a little later. It might be a little shorter on time and shorter, or a little later and short. I don't know. We'll see. But maybe not. Maybe we'll just come back the following week. We have over here on D Live, we have Spartan has financially gifted 4 bells of cryptocurrency. God bless you, Spartan, on D Live. And he also followed that up with an ice cream of cryptocurrency. Thank you so much. The great Spartan showing his power level. Ivan the Horrible says his spirit animal is a seal. I don't know why. That just seems so random to me for some reason. I've got to ask Ivan, why is your spirit animal the seal? All right. Let me swivel it back around to here. We have, oh boy, Are you ready to find a woman of your dreams? Yarkob is in the live chat on Twitter, says hello. Hello to you and welcome. Merry Christmas and good Yule. Let's see. All right, here she is, fellas. They put it on here, the real medicine. This is a in shape young woman, and she's a nurse, and she has walked into this patient's room, and she kind of grabs him, shakes this leg pretty hard. You're wondering, what could that be about? She got a waking for something? Maybe he's got to go for an x-ray. Maybe he needs to have an endoscopy done. What does he got? What is he there for? What is he there? And then it seems like, no, maybe she was just making sure he was truly asleep. Let's see what she does. Oh, what? She looked to the right? She looked to the left? What's that about? What is she doing now? She unzipped. Oh my goodness. Then she shakes him. This is like the perfect woman. Just so this is like every guy's perfect woman. Let's see it again. Let's see. Nobody there? Nobody there? Let's see. Bada bing. And then she's like, give a little shake. I know what y'all thinking. All the guys out there, I know what you're thinking. What's her number? Yeah, she's fun. Oh, I need to embiggen it, though. Embiggen. Little wiggle. God, please let this happen to me while I'm in the hospital. But let her be like built like this one here. Just please. Don't send in like some heifer. I have no urge for udders. Just have her like this. Every guy right now is like, all right, what's her number? If she's thinking like that on her own, she's all right with me. All right. But what do we normally have to deal with, guys? We normally don't have Martin Luther over here on the live chat says, for your stay at the hospital. Yeah, exactly. Please send that to me in the hospital. I'm always asleep. That's what I would have to tell the nurses attractive. I'll be like, look, even if my eyes are open, I am asleep. Happens all the time. Even if I'm like, I'm out cold. I'm out cold. I won't remember anything. So if something were to happen in here, Winged Production says, does insurance cover that? No, I'll pay right out of pocket. No worries. Right out of pocket. For why Wellbeing is with us. Ivan is huggable, white seal, who stands against anti-whiteism or swims. Exactly. I mean, I saw some of the comments in that. It was so pathetic. Let me see. Some people were like bent out of shape, but some of the guys were really hilarious. This person said, I heard he got in an accident, had his spine completely damaged. But at this moment, he woke up. It's a medical miracle. I need this type of treatment. She's showing a bag of drips for painkillers. Oh, this guy's perfect. God created that woman to treat man. Yes. Let's see what else. This guy saying, I want to be admitted to that hospital. I did see one where it was some woman and she's like, imagine being his wife. Get over it. She flashed some boobs while unfortunately for him, he's unconscious, but sometimes Instagram doesn't give the same comments. Isn't that strange? Anyhow, yeah. So just make sure that when I get injured, I am taken to that hospital, wherever that is. But this is the more likely. Unfortunately, they're not all like that young lady. Sometimes they're like this. How I want my husband to treat me after I complain about everything, switch between different personalities, have random anger outbursts, and cry over everything.
That's okay, Birdie. I'm gonna take care of you, Birdie. Okay? Hey, Birdie. That's okay, Birdie.
Oh, it's okay after all the crazy. I'm going to take care of you. That's too funny. Oh, this one's good too. Swinging the bat in the other direction a bit here. Let's see what this is. When she says, go deeper.
When she says, go deeper.
As we don't have the capacity.
When she says, go deeper.
As we don't have the capacity.
When she...
I say we don't have the capacity. Actually, one guy wrote in here, if she says go deeper, tell her to get tighter. All right, we need a palate cleanse. We need a palate cleanse from that. How about watching a chicken that some psycho owner fitted a little pair of pants on? How about that? What psycho actually made a little pair of jeans for a chicken? Look at it run around. I say pants them all. Put pants on all of them. How dare you allow? They should have blurred these other chickens, their bottoms out. This chicken accidentally wandered into a nudist farm. He's like, what the hell? All right, that was your palate cleanse. I don't think I could show. This one is a little, I wish I could. It's funny, but I don't think. That would have to be for like an after hours, maybe only on Rumble or something. Here's one that's interesting. We don't get to see very often. This one says, a man wanted to explore a dilapidated house in the middle of the woods. And he brought along his camera to videotape what he saw. And just as he was thinking about going in, he sees this. But his visit was cut short when he recorded this thing staring at him from inside. Okay, do you see it? eyes, nose, mouth. How many of you all are firearm owners? How much lead? How much lead would you feed him? Look at that thing. Look at that big smile on it. All right. Was that the guy who was slandering me earlier? Or he doesn't look, he looks more like the guy that was going through the course. That's what he was. He was the guy who was going through the course with the Eevee on his back and the raccoon tail coming out of his backside. This right here is more like a social justice warrior type of anti-white. All right. Okay, now this is a little untoward, but it's still funny. And okay, we'll do this. We'll do them in this order. This is a girl, and you know how girls can get a little bit carried away with the affection that they are showing to their pets. So this female, she's got a little dog, and she's picked him up, and she's singing to him. She is singing to her little dog. So let's see what happens. How does the little dog take this lady's singing? Let's have a look and see what happens. Here we go. There's the little dog. There's his ear. He's kind of off the camera a little bit. Does that mean he doesn't like it? Does that mean he doesn't like the singing? The dog's like, bitch, next time I gotta go, let me outside. Yes, it was a female girl, Ivan. SN is with us. Good to see you. He said predator. I think it probably means that could you all see what was happening? The little dog let loose a little bit of whiz, and it happened to make much of its way directly into her mouth, chin and upper lip and nose, but mostly into the mouth. And she threw the little doggy to I'm guessing that's the bed, and began to puke. Oh, the Ivan said his mom's friend had a dog named Piddles because it would always urinate on the floor whenever it got excited. When I met one of my brother's dogs for the first time, very young dog, the dog, I squatted down on the ground and I was like, come like a catcher in baseball. I was like, come here, dog. And she ran over, flipped over on her back and underneath of me. Ran underneath of me, flipped on her back, and pissed everywhere. And I said, just like every damn female I meet, every time. Have you ever gone to the zoo and you've been watching the tiger, and then the cutest animal in the world shows itself to you? That's not the tiger. Happened to these two ladies.
Kind of. He's fat. He's fed real good.
And then you got Donkey over here.
He's like, hi, look at me. I love the smile on that thing. Look at me. I'm prettier than that big cat over there. These girls are dying in that car.
You He's kind of he's
Here's
fat.
that tiger.
He's fed real good.
Now look at this. That tiger is like thick all the way through.
And then you got Donkey over here.
Oh my God, that's funny. That could be on a t-shirt. That could be on a t-shirt and it could say, good luck, white cuck, underneath of it. Okay. Almost last, next to last, the penultimate video of tonight. This is, guys, you know, you've been out there, you've been single, and a woman comes into your life, and this is a perfect depiction of what that is like for you. Woman comes into your life. Here you are. You're on your way to meeting your goals in life, maybe your biggest goal.
You ready?
Here she goes. Here she goes.
Let's go.
And here comes the girl. Oh. There's the finish line, too. Woman comes into your life. Here it is. Everything's going good. I'm going to make it. I'm going to win this, baby. Life is mine. I'm going to be the winner. No, I'm not going to be the winner. Hey, but guys, don't take it, don't take it too bad. Because, when you decide to move on, you're tired of being held down. You're ready to move on. Things are not that bad for her. We actually got a video here that I wanted to share of girls the second that they are out of a relationship. Now, this is a real video of girls the moment they are out of a relationship. So don't feel so bad for her. This is a real video. Check it out. Girls, females, the moment that they are out of a relationship. Perfect depiction. There we go. Oh my God. Ow. I guess she's okay. Oh, I'm alone. Not anymore. Hey. All's well that ends well, right? All right, let's make sure we didn't miss anything. A glorious Wednesday roll-in where we learned, we laughed, we loved, we mocked. We had a good time together. Let's see if we got anybody over here. We got Aliens Exist dying from laughter over here on Premium Rumble. Good to see it. Love to see it. Make sure we're not missing any comments, any tags, any gifts. It was a metaphorical sleigh ride by Land of the Fake. Well, how vivid is your imagination? All right, didn't miss anybody there. SN, do you agree with Adam Green about Jesus Christ being a Jewish God? He and Mark Collett had an argument about this on the PWR show earlier. Really? They did? At what minute mark? I'd be interested in seeing that. Yeah, tag me, SN. Tag me with the hour and minute, second and 10th and 100th of second mark so that I can really zero in on the argument. The question is really something that doesn't lend itself or to an environment like PWR to be discussed, because it has to be treated too superficially in an environment like that. We make of our gods, if we are permitted to freely express our biospirit, which is our vessel through which we communicate with our Creator. We make that God or gods, that expression, into our own. So, a story, for example, like we see, and which is also not to say that it's all fictitious or that it happened exactly like it said or anything like that. You can see how a debate or conversation or the subject is too complicated for superficial treatment in a venue like PWR. But as pithy as I can make it, Christianity or any religion taken up by a group of people who are not the creators is remade into their image. Like people, for example, turned Christianity into voodoo, some of them. At least some people say so. You'll have to check with the people at CNN because YouTube is listening and they control all speech. And you got to be very careful what you say with YouTube listening. Well, I mean, guess so does X, for that matter. Control all speech. So, since they have no power, since they don't censor anything, they remake it into their image. Christianity, irrespective of its origin, and I know that there are debates about its origin and the players and how much of it is real or not real, whatever it is, it came to a people and practiced by a people, white people, that remade it to suit our biospirit. Again, the vessel with which we commune with the eternal, we commune with our Creator. And so in that guise, that God is very much white. Now, Adam studies as a legitimate researcher, by the way, and I've always said that, different sects of Judaism and their beliefs, and a lot of the ones that he obviously is going to be focusing on are the most vehemently anti-white. They're obviously vehemently anti-white. The ones he shares comments about and talks about, there's no denying that. They're anti-white. That's what matters to me. By the way, Adam also doesn't condemn Jewish people on the basis of their birth. He also has a problem with the soy goys coming after him. I think probably a little less than me, but he also has a problem with those people trivializing his research and what he does into a very one-dimensional, two-dimensional take on Jewish people and the interaction with Western kind, etc. The God is very much ours. We could get a religion from Mars. We could get a religion from anywhere else. And left to our own devices to practice it, will be remade to ours. Now, the question I think that Adam and probably Mark are really at odds over is, and this is where I think a lot of these people, not necessarily Adam Green, I know he tries to take more of a academic stance toward it, but there are some people out there that but I think he says the same thing, which is that, it's some sort of recipe that was either created from the beginning or to undermine white people, or is riddled with things for another people that undermine us. Now, I'm of the mind that the things that are harmful for us now, largely or almost entirely, are harmful for us because of anti-whiteism's influence over us and the white erasure of our expression through that name, through that title, through those stories. And so really this debate then about whether it's Jesus Jewish or was he white or was whatever, is moot when we're talking about the actual communing with our Creator. We can, and I'm of the opinion, when we look at any of our religious historical books, that we should be amending them and can be amending them all the time to suit the present for the future. Some things are eternal. Other things are points or precepts should be malleable. When it comes to religion, any religion, you have a great deal of the religion that is effectively not practiced because it doesn't suit the times. So moral for us at one period in history might have been some of the more sanguinary, maybe even elements in the Bible. Today, if we're on our own, not even talking about now with anti-whiteism, those things are no longer considered moral because we don't need those elements to survive. We have life to live. That's why we exist, is to live, to be. So our writings, our religion, our spiritual expression should reflect whatever needs to be so that we can survive and thrive as a people and therefore as individuals. I think this tact, and I've said this before, and I said it to Adam, and I think it was before we went live one time, that you can hold this position, you can feel like, well, it's all harmful, especially now looking at it as it's been rewritten and reinterpreted by anti-whiteism. I mean, really, what is Christianity? Is there any way to really know it today without the anti-white interpretation? Is there any way to know it or see it through our biospiritual lens today? How would you even know in the anti-white narrative in which we live? So I think, though, the tact that you have to, and I'm confident, I aver this, that removing Christianity is a non-starter. You'll have to eradicate the white race before you get rid of Christianity. So ultimately, it's reduced to this wish listing. If we could just get rid of this, then we can have that later. We could have that white well-being later. If we could just get rid of this now. Now, that's just my opinion on it, and I'm firmly convicted in that. And I know other people have other opinions. But the reality that I see in the world is that the vast majority of whites in all of our countries, they'll refer to themselves often and increasingly and incorrectly, I think, but I know what they mean. They'll say that they're culturally Christian. And what is really that? That is saying that they're pulling away from these trappings and manifesting with their words, with their thoughts, with their opinions, what's more natural for us, what we lived through Christianity in the past. We can clearly see our people excelling and thriving in the past through that religion. So a spirituality that puts our people first, before our religions, before our science, before it all, is one that will excel in the presence of all of those things, being practiced by some, not practiced by some. But this notion that your average, like white American, for example, that considers themselves a Christian is not privy, not interested in, doesn't give a damn to hear what some priest or preacher or whatever has to say about every jot and tittle and all the rules you have to obey, which, through the anti-white interpretation of all of that, would inevitably lead, ineluctably, to harm and dissolution. They're just not doing it. They're just not doing it. You talk to regular white people in the world, and they'll talk about the good Lord. And knowing that then, and seeing how it can unite and strengthen and etc., it definitely has to remain in place in the service of our well-being. It's just that in the future, what I see is that our people looking at the Bible, looking at any spiritual texts, religio-spiritual texts that we have, and saying, how does this serve the welfare, the well-being, and the empowerment of us now and in the future? And it may be that there are parts of the Bible that get rewritten, taken out, amended to more accurately serve the now for the future. Make no mistake, the white people in Europe who used Christianity to grow mighty and powerful, just like any of our other ancestral religions, make no mistake, they were using it to manifest and express the moral of that age, which is that empowerment and the guarantee by way of it, the present for the future. So complex subject matter that really takes adults to sit down to discuss. So I would really like to see, though, where they end up. Because I remember Mark is more of a fan of Christianity because so many people in the white sympathetic sphere are culturally Christian. What they would refer to as culturally Christian. And I can understand Adam's perspective after all of his study into these very specific things. And as a consequence, he's looking at all of these rules in the Bible and some other texts that he sees, well, this will just be harmful. And not maybe saying at the same time, he's a smart guy, that these little things can be used against us. These little precepts can be used against us. This parable can be used against us. And probably truth, too much or some of that. But again, the average white guy, the average white woman, all of that specificity is immaterial to them. They're just trying to body forth what they feel inside of them, which is really cloaked by anti-whiteism. And that's where we come in. Imagine this, that we have more and more success promulgating the Go Free practice. What do you think would happen at churches? You see the exact same thing in reverse, or the antithetical, I guess I should say, at churches today as the concepts of anti-whiteism are promulgated. The church reflects anti-whiteism. If these concepts that undermine anti-whiteism are promulgated and taken up by more and more of the population, the church will begin to reflect the white well-being of our people. Inevitable. You can imagine me trying to share this, and with more time, even deeper dive with the kind of people that come up and slander me as stealing people's music as my own creation, when really I'm promoting people for their benefit. They didn't take it well. And I think I'm actually being really fair to a lot of those folks, or to the position, I guess I should say, because so many of those people are rabidly hostile as hell. They really come unglued the moment they're like, no, and they start, but it does, like the slanders, they would use the slanders on and with me to try to like browbeat me, but they don't work on me. Like I'm not that, what matters most to me, and I guess it was natural for me it in the church, even when I was young, to want to see myself and my people's well-being through the religion, and to want the religion, to have the religion work for that. Since it was expressing anti-whiteism, that's why I left. Why I consider myself like an orphaned Christian. Christianity left me. I didn't leave it. But they would try to use those really nasty, I'm not going to even repeat them because it's very offensive to a lot of Christians. But I would say, yeah, why are you saying these things? That doesn't, I'm trying to explain to you, midwit, that if elephants could take up, let's use a different religion, Islam, Muhammad would be an elephant. And all of Islam would be reinterpreted to suit the biospirit of an elephant. If they had biospirits, they certainly have biology and instincts and the rest. But it would reflect whatever that is. So if that leads the elephants to build mighty kingdoms or for that period in history, to serve them in that way as that unifying factor, then how could you say, oh, that's just harmful? You've got to quit. You've got to cut. You've got to excise that. The real power that bleeds through, or that shines through, maybe is the most important element here, way to put it, of our biospirit and our communing with the eternal, our communing with the Creator, is felt and seen when we see our religious temples, whether it's a Gothic cathedral or one of the innumerable temples that we built throughout time. We have that same experience of awe and majesty, and because that is the expression of the eternal in our biospirit, visited and materialized in the living world. So that was a long way to say, as pithy as I could, because it is a big conversation, but that's a long way to say that who and what was Jesus? Was he a Jew? Or was he a white man? Or was he Asian? Depends on who you ask. A people who are going to express themselves, their biospiritual selves, and project that into the world, the God is going to be one of them. For people who are corrupted, like so many white people today, with anti-whiteism, self-hatred, white guilt, they're going to say, no, God belongs to another race of people. Couldn't be white, because white is evil. White is demonic. And to make sure there isn't any misunderstanding about what I'm saying, my phone is dying here. Must be time to wrap it up. I'm not saying that, and this is where it can really get intangible for folks. I'm not saying that God didn't walk the earth, or that, like that Black Father did when we were talking about Santa Claus, that God can be all of the different races, or is all of the different races, or whatever. I'm saying that for me and you, white people, our God, whatever name we want to give him, and whether we want to give him the singular or the plural, is us. And at the exact same time, somebody can give what they believe is the same deity, their biospirit, and both will be right. Hard to understand, I know, but why would anybody think the cosmos and the creation and that would be just easily accessible? I mean, shit. Most people can't even do algebra. All right. Actually, what it should be is we should just have like our version go up against their version and their version in an ultimate battle of the bands. In a cosmic battle of the bands. And whoever wins that battle of the bands, that's the one who is the real God. All right, Christmas music playing. Merry Christmas. Good Yule. I'm going to be trying to figure out where that hospital is. I don't know what you're going to be doing over the next couple of days, but I'm definitely going to be trying to find that hospital. And seeing how I can get myself admitted. Definitely back on Sunday for the gloriousness that is our Church of the West. So this is why you should be here. Land of the Fake had a thought there he wanted to share. Even if Jesus was the King of the Jews, as his death said, Santa is 100% white. No African could ever survive at the North Pole. Well, don't worry about that, Land of the Fake. They'll just be using the white man's furnace. I mean, why not? Let me see if I missed anybody in the live chat over here. We're going to be getting out of here. A glorious 4 hours of Church of the West. Samuski, this has been the story of our people, our entire lives. We pay through the nose for everything, and everyone else benefits from it. God, man, ain't that the truth? Let me see if there are any other tags. Looks like Kakatu got 1111. All right, don't get sick, folks. It is the time of year that a lot of viruses going around. It's easy to get sick this time of year. The cold weakens your defenses. So make sure you are sanitizing. The easiest way that virus is picked up is because you touch somebody or something with the virus on it, and then you rub that eye. Or you pick up your food, and it's on your food, and you eat it. So stay healthy, sanitize, get used to not touching your face unless you specifically sanitize your hands to work on your face. That's the easiest way to stay healthy this time of year. Airborne virus, not nearly as much of a problem because you have to, even if somebody sneezes or cough, obviously it happens. I'm not a doctor. YouTube is listening, and I'm not allowed to say a lot because they're listening and in charge and in control. But even though I'm not a doctor, you have to get a viral load, an adequate viral load to easily pick up an airborne illness. So at least that's my reading and experience. Check it out for yourself. It's time to segue to the one and only For Noel. Cameron is here. Anonymous is here. Glorious, ladies and gentlemen. We learned, we laughed, we loved. We didn't cry. And now, half the guys in the audience are looking for the hospital that nurse was working at. But with a proper salute, I bid you adieu. Be safe out there, especially if the roads are slick. We've got a lot with the rest of the week to go to make wonderful things happen that we can celebrate on Sunday. That's when I'll be back. And I'll look for you all then. Roll out.
Don't want no handout living, don't want any part of anything they're giving. Cause I'm proud and white, and I got a song to sing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you wanna get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. I'm a white man looking for a place to do my thing. Now hump and get it. Yeah, I'm a small town man, I've been around a little. I like guitars and I like a fiddle, and that's kind of soul it takes to fan